This has been a presentation of Odyssey Sports. For even more coverage of your team, download the free Odyssey app and listen to your favorite stations, shows, and podcasts.
It is Rangers extra innings here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula, Mike Peasley here with us as well as the good guys get a win today on the road in Detroit, 5-0 over the Detroit Tigers. Larry Flores holding it down for you here. Appreciate you joining us on this Memorial Day here on your home of the Cowboys and Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Nathan Eovaldi, 5 innings, 4 hits, 0 earned runs, 4 strikeouts. But, gentlemen, it was the bullpen today, how about it, with 4 scoreless innings themselves to handle business as the Texas Rangers find a way to get a shutout, in part thanks to 4 scoreless innings from the bullpen today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fun to have that happen so that it's not just a entirely tumultuous downfall of every time the bullpen comes in, there's just dread. It's nice to know that the bullpen can handle business at times. And, of course, it's always a testament to how Bruce Bochy handles his bullpen.
And, guys, they needed it today because Nathan Eovaldi threw those 5 scoreless innings, but the Tigers, they really battled him today. There were a lot of long counts. There were some walks in there. First time this season that, Eovaldi walked 3 guys in a game. So the pitch count was up there. So he had a lot of stressful innings. So we were so used to him, going 7+, but today we only went 5. And, the bullpen comes in there and, Brock Burke with a 1-2-3-6, Jonathan Hernandez, then a 1-2-3 7th inning. And, Jonathan got into a little bit of trouble there in the 8th inning, but it was good to see him work out of it. And then, Jose Leclerc comes in the 9th inning and, he walks the first man he faces, and you think, oh, no, here we go again. But he comes back, gets a double play ground ball, and then the final out to end it. So it wasn't, perfect from the bullpen. But these days, you're looking for results, and 4 innings, no runs, 1 hit. You'll take that every single day.
For sure. And Pease, how valuable is it, to have the offense click in the way that it does, and you have 3 and 5 runs, respectively, depending on who was out there, to kind of empower the guys out of the bullpen to, throw their pitches and get that over, knowing that they have that run support, especially some of the guys that we've seen maybe have a little bit of trouble between the ears at times, knowing that they have that run support and they can go out and execute. Like, how valuable is that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Corey Seager, getting him back in the lineup, he's just been terrific. He gets the big 3-run home run and then the 2 added-on runs there in the 7th inning just to give, the bullpen a little more cushion. I think you can be a little more aggressive as a reliever when you're working with a 5-run lead compared to just a 3-run lead where, you're looking at a couple of mistakes and then, boom, one big hit and the game could be tied. So this Rangers lineup is so deep, and when guys are slumping, there's other guys to pick them up. Look, Adolis Garcia, he hasn't done much. I believe it's now 8 consecutive games now that he has not driven in a run. He's been stuck on 49. I know it's 9 games in a row where he hasn't homered, but the Rangers just have other guys just to step up. Leody Taveras here in the month of May, he's hitting .395. I mean, he had another 3 hits in this one today. Marcus Semien continues to get it done from the leadoff position. It was good to see him get that base hit there in the 9th inning to extend his hitting streak now to 18 in a row. So this lineup's deep. Mitch Garver sounds like he's going to return to the Rangers when he'll get activated when they return home on Friday night against Seattle. So that's just another bat that they'll be able to add in there as well. And Ezekiel Duran, they don't think it's going to be longer than just the 10 days. So it's a really good offense. It's deep, it's talented, and when a couple of guys are down, other guys are there to pick them up.
I'm glad you brought up Leody Taveras because I was listening to the call as well, and I heard Matt mention, or I believe Jared actually mentioned his 3-hit games and just how they are piling on. I think it's tied for 6th, if I remember correctly, in the majors. And this is a guy that I think we had gotten to a place where he had come up very early because the Rangers as a team did not have a lot at the top, at the highest level. And so he had come up maybe a little earlier. He's 24 years old and he's playing like this. How incredible is that?
It's great. It's great to see. When you put him there, the bottom part of your order, I mean, there's a reason why that Marcus Semien has driven in 44 runs this season. 44 runs, that is a ton. I mean, Adolis Garcia's got 49. You anticipate that from a middle portion of your order. But if you've got a guy at the top of the order driving in 44 runs, guys at the bottom part of the order have to be getting on base, and Taveras has done just that. He's been terrific, and I love the defense that he's out there playing in center field as well. I don't think that it gets talked about enough, but he's had a terrific month of May.
It's almost like the defense is a given. That's what you expect from him as a major leaguer, is that he brings the defense, but the bat has come along quite well.
Of course, Tavares hitting over 300 for the month of May. You mentioned the offense a little bit earlier, the big blow today coming in the top of the fifth inning. Corey Seager's 3-run home run for the Texas Rangers gave them a 3-0 lead that they did not look back from. When you think about Corey Seager and what he's done since coming back off the injured list on May 17th, no one in Major League Baseball has more RBI in the game than Corey Seager since coming back off the IL. Just speaks to the talent of Corey Seager, but more importantly, the fact that he did not miss a single beat coming back into this lineup.
No, he didn't, Kevin. And if you remember, before he went on the injured list, he was off to such an incredible start, which is why you hated to see him miss a month of action. But, he goes down, gets the hamstring ready to go, gets about 2 or 3 rehab assignments, and as you said, just picked up right where he left off in April. He's just such a good hitter, and he is such an aggressive hitter that if you make a mistake early in the count, he is going to make it pay. And Matthew Boyd made a huge mistake there with 2 outs, hanging him a breaking ball on the first pitch that he saw. I mean, that thing was just spinning up there, and Corey Seager did a lot of damage to that baseball.
Now, I know for me, and me and KG in particular, we've had this conversation about, like, do you believe yet? Are you in this place where you're believing in these Rangers team as, like, where they stand in this power rankings as one of the 3, 4, 5 best teams in the majors? And I know, KG, we'll get to that, and I'll gauge your interest level as you've been a kind of a measuring stick. But I know the Tigers aren't like the team that you look at as the ultimate measuring stick game, but you've seen them do this over and over, and it's worth noting this is city 3 of a 3-team or 3-city road trip, and they're continuing to do this on the road, at home, against good teams, bad teams. Where are you on the belief of this Rangers team this year?
I was there I think I did a show maybe 3 weeks ago where I said I'm fully invested, where I have seen enough. And if you haven't seen enough yet, I mean, tomorrow, let's see, today we're 34-19, that's 53. So yeah, after tomorrow's game, we will be officially a third of the way through the season. You'll have 54 games down with 108 more to go. This is when Memorial Day is always a good time to take a look where you've got a pretty good idea of what your team's strengths and weaknesses are. We know what this team's strengths and weaknesses are. I mean, it's glaring how great the starting rotation has been, how great the offense has been, and the bullpen has been an issue. But yet, despite all the bullpen woes, despite the blown saves, this team is 15 games above 500. And you mentioned they have had 2 3-city road trips here in the month of May. First one, they went 7-3. This one here in the first 7, they've gone 5-2. They guaranteed themselves another winning road trip. The Rangers are now tied with the Orioles for the most road wins in baseball. And the Rangers were so good in the month of April at home. When we turn the calendar to June, it flips, where the Rangers had 18 road games here in the month of May. They're going to have 18 home games coming up here in the month of June. So fully believing in this team right now. Just the way that they go out there every single day with that starting rotation, you are going to have a great opportunity to win. You got a great offense behind you, and the bullpen's showing some signs of, coming back to relevancy here of late. That's a promising sign, and we know once the deadline gets here, they'll go out there and get a couple of relievers. But, yeah, fully invested, fully believing in this team as a contender.
A question I always would like to ask you before we let you go, because you're such a perceptive pre- and post-game host here. Was there anything else that we have not discussed that caught your eye during the course of this game against the Tigers?
No, you guys hit it all with the pitching from Eovaldi, the bullpen, Corey Seager, the defense as well. That double play that they turned in the second inning was anything but a routine double play. And if they don't turn that double play, the Tigers get an early run. Who knows how the rest of the inning comes along. But, this team's defense doesn't get talked about nearly enough. And you look what Josh Young has done over at third, Seager at short, Simeon at second base. The outfield defense with Tavares has been good. Adolis Garcia leads the American League in outfield assist. It's just so good. It's just so much fun to watch day in and day out, watch this team play baseball, because they just don't make mistakes that hurt them.
The good guys get it done today, 5-0 on the road against Detroit, 34-19 now through 53 games. The big blow coming in the top of the fifth inning, with Corey Seager's 3-run home run. He goes 2 for 5 with 4 RBI on the day. Leody Taveras 3 of 4 with a double and a run score. The good guys send Martin Perez to the mound tomorrow. First pitch at 5:40 in Detroit. Again, the Rangers get it done today, 5-0 over Detroit. Mike, as always, thank you so much for the time today, and looking forward to Game 2 tomorrow.
Thanks. Great talking baseball with you. I'm going to go jump in a swimming pool somewhere.
Yes, sir. I would expect nothing less.
See you guys.
Enjoy the rest of your day. That concludes Rangers Extra Innings here. Coming up on the other side of the break, it's the Get Right takeover of the G-Bag Nation, kinda.
I have no idea. You better play our music.
What you doing on this Memorial Day? We'll get a chance to catch up with you starting on the other side of this break on your home of the Cowboys and Texas Rangers, 105 through the Fan.
RJ Choppy here, my good friends over at QC Kinetics. Are you dealing with joint pain? Pain in your knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows, ankles, wherever it may be. Go get healed at QC Kinetics, just like I did. Live life to the fullest. You know, you hear that all the time. It's easier said than done. I had joint pain. Right elbow, right shoulder. I had surgery chatter. I had steroid injections. I had MRIs. It was a giant waste of money. I went on for 2 years like that. Finally went to QC Kinetics. Within 2 sessions, I was 100%. It doesn't matter where the pain is. They can fix it for you. You walk into the office, you walk right out after treatment. No surgery, no downtime, no steroids. You got to get on over to QC Kinetics. They use these impactful treatments right at the source of the pain. They apply healing properties where you need them the most. It's the best way to go about getting healed. QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610. Dallas, Plano, Grapevine, Fort Worth, and Richardson. QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610.
If new Heineken Silver was at the invasion of Troy.
Oh my, the Greeks sent us a big wooden horse. Oh no, it's full of armed and angry soldiers! And we only have these ice-cold Heineken Silvers to defend ourselves.
Forget plundering. Let's party!
Get all the taste, no bitter endings. Crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver. Only 3.2 grams of carbs and 95 calories. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Tolo's The Game Changer of the Summer is here, and it's all thanks to Keller Services Heating and Air Conditioning and their dominant maintenance program. Eric Chiafalo with the G-Bag Nation, and I'm about to save your summer. It's all fun and games until, bam, you get hit with that dreaded AC's out text from the wife. But now you can avoid that nightmare. When you call Keller Services technicians, you'll get just that at your house. Technicians, not salesmen working on commission. Their goal is to fix and repair, not upcharge and replace your unit. Visit Keller-Services.com and ask about their maintenance program. Keller-Services.com.
Hi, I'm Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Nick Namath. You're a procrastinator. That oil change? Next month. The gym? Maybe tomorrow. But procrastinate resolving your IRS problems and they can put you behind bars.
I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath. I've helped thousands of people just like you with IRS problems. Your first meeting with us is free and confidential, so don't procrastinate when it comes to the IRS.
Call Nick Namath today at 972-484-0829 or visit myiRSteam.com.
It's finally here. The brand new state-of-the-art Platinum Chevrolet in Terrell is now open on the east side of the Metroplex. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Justin Rudd have spared no expense on this beautiful brand new 80,000 square foot facility to serve you, the Tolos, on the purchase of your brand new Chevy car, truck, or SUV.
I should know because I bought not one, not two, but 3 vehicles from Platinum Chevrolet and highly recommend them on what were the easiest automotive buying experiences ever. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan, Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula, Justin Honore going to be holding it down for you here today on this Memorial Day. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. The text line 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Let us know what you got going on this Memorial Day. Appreciate you joining us, however and wherever you may be listening to us, as we remember those who lost their lives in the line of service in duty for our country on this day. We appreciate you hanging out with us. We'll be with you until 8 o'clock tonight here on 105.3 The Fan. Of course, it's going to be a busy, busy day. We have history in the making tonight in Boston. Your Stars going to be in action tonight in game number 6 as they try to stave off elimination. One more time. They'll get some help in the return of the captain himself. Jamie Benn will be back for the Stars tonight. So we've got plenty to get to over the course of the next, 4 hours and 15 minutes or so here on 105 through the fan. At Kevin Gray Sports, at Reg Attitude if you want to get at us on Twitter. Again, the text line 877-881-1053. Let us know what you've got going on this Memorial Day. Reg, what's up? Good to see you, man, on this Memorial Day. I know it's going to be a busy, hopefully fun night of sports, given some of the history that could be made tonight.
Yeah, man, I am super excited. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna wear my emotions on my sleeve. It'd have been nice if the show got off at 7. I would love to be on a couch with multiple TVs so I could tap in entirely to Stars, Vegas Golden Knights, and Heat Celtics. But you know what? We got to be there for the people. So we'll be here till 8. Super excited to watch both of those games. Both series have been wildly intriguing, coming down to the final moments of both games. So if you are a sports fan, particularly one who is interested in hockey and basketball, it is going to be a blast of a day, and we got you covered all the way up to 8 p.m. on 105 through the fan. On top of that, got a little sun today. It's Memorial Day, and obviously you mentioned the most important part of it. The reason why we're doing it is obviously those who have given their lives in the line of service. But outside of that, apart from that, it's a day off for a lot of folks.
It is.
So, part of this is like the freedom that we have, gotten through those sacrifices and being able to enjoy it. So getting out, barbecues, cookouts, crawfish boils, pool, all that type of stuff. I got a little taste of that earlier. Got a couple of hours poolside, so before we had to come into work.
Well, that sounds like fun.
Yeah, man, I had to. I was like, look, man, a Memorial Day can't pass.
He was like, look, I'm going to leave here with something. Okay?
Look,
a piece of this Memorial Day. I'm going to leave here with something today.
I mean, and I hope everybody under the sound of our voice, you're either headed to somewhere where you're going to get a plate or something like that. Or, if
maybe
you're
celebrating
working
a birthday or something like that.
If you're working, maybe we can give you some of the vibes here on 105 through the fan.
Someone who had a couple of days off, although he probably didn't want them, he gets back to work tonight. Jamie Benn is back. Here is Emily Kaplan on what Jamie Benn's returns means for the Stars tonight. Take a listen.
Well, Jay, something that I heard the guys say at a time when everyone was counting them out was a motivation for us is just to extend the series so our captain season does not have to end this way. Jamie has been around the team during his suspension. He made the trip to Vegas, but as his coach Pete DeBoer said, he is not a good spectator. DeBoer said he is an angry bear walking around just waiting to get back in. To that point at morning skate today, Jamie Benn was the first guy on the ice. So there's a level of intensity they expect from their captain as he returns here at home. And there's two other reasons that the team feels really confident. One, for a large part of the series, they were only getting scoring from their top line, led by Jason Robertson. The secondary scoring stepped up. And two, their top defensive stars. Number 1 defenseman Miro Heiskanen wasn't at his best in Game 1. Goalie Jake Ottinger had been shaky at times. But as DeBoer said, those two guys, they don't have 2 bad games in a row. And they're now showing the consistency and excellence that the team believes can force a Game 7.
That is Emily Kaplan of ESPN detailing what Jamie Benn's return means for the Stars tonight. Obviously, a big emotional lift for their captain to be back as the Stars look to stave off elimination against the Golden Knights.
Stave. Do you have a concern like I do where Jamie Benn was out and they found some really great play from the remaining forwards? We were talking about, oh man, you're missing 2 forwards because Evgeny Dadonov. I always get that wrong. I apologize to that gentleman. But he had an injury and you were missing 2 of your forwards, and you have gotten some great play from some other forwards, including Ty Dellandrea, who played pretty well
2
in
goals.
Game 5.
Yeah.
I think you could call that pretty well.
Yeah.
And so the reintegration of Jamie Benn, and maybe I'm making too much of this, right? Maybe it's just like, of course, he's one of your better players. You put him in and don't worry about it. But I do wonder, like, with the amount of support that you've gotten from your other forwards, do you have any concern about like that changing those lines back to where they were previously?
I don't think so, because clearly it sounds like this team has been playing for the purpose of getting him back. So reintegrating him into the line for them, I don't think should be an issue, because they want him there and they want him on the ice. And I think this team will get that lift from him. If nothing else, as I mentioned, the emotional lift that a captain will bring to them on a night where they are going to need all the help that they can get, because I'm sure the Golden Knights, while they wouldn't mind necessarily going back to Vegas for a Game 7 because it is home ice, I'm sure they are ready to get this over with and done, because you just don't want to take your chances in a Game 7 regardless if you have home ice or not.
And I mean, like, I was listening to the Spits and Suds podcast on the Odyssey app, and they were talking about, kind of that same, who comes out, right? Like, who are you putting Jamie Benn, or who comes out of the forward rotation? Obviously, Glenn Denning has played pretty well on the penalty kill. You had Yoel Kiviranta, who's played well. Mason Marchment seems to be the name that I've seen from various publications, and obviously the Spits and Suds podcast is like the possible player, odd man out when we talk about, the forward line and making sure that Jamie Benn is back in everything.
Well, you give Peter DeBoer a lot of credit. He has pushed, for the most part, the right buttons throughout the entirety of these playoffs. And with Jamie Benn coming back, I tend to trust the guy that's gotten them to this point, and we'll see how all that plays out. We'll talk plenty more stars a little bit later on in the show. Again, Game 6 tonight at the American Airlines Center as your Stars look to stave off elimination to force a decisive Game 7 back in Vegas. We do have breaking news, though, in the NBA. Breaking news on 105 through the Fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. That is because the NBA coaching carousel continues to go around, and the next stop is in Philadelphia for one Nick Nurse. Nick Nurse has reached an agreement to become the next coach of the Philadelphia 76ers. Of course, Nurse won an NBA championship and Coach of the Year award with Toronto. Now will coach the 2023 League's MVP in Joel Embiid. So Nick Nurse gets the call from Daryl Morey to be the next head coach of the Philadelphia 76ers. Not necessarily a surprising move, but at the same time, Nick Nurse able to land on his feet with one of the more attractive jobs in the league, especially when you get to coach a league MVP now, Joel Embiid.
Yeah, the tough part about that is, like, is he going to have a roster that's going to allow him to go deep? Because the problem with
one that has James Harden on it.
Yeah, with that organization is the expectations versus what you have in your bag and what you're capable of doing with that. And what you have on the roster. You have a solid roster, but not one that people have looked at as like surefire championship roster. But that's kind of the expectations of where it is. And Nick Nurse, while I think widely regarded to be a good head coach, I don't know that folks look at him and say he is one of those guys that changes the way that changes the direction of your team. He's one of those guys that puts your team over, per se. And so I'm very interested to see the things that he's able to do and how quickly he's able to bring this, the Sixers along with whatever he wants to do, whatever he tries to implement there, because that's an East that's going to be tough to contend with. Like, you've got some really good teams around the East that you are going to be dealing with, some up and coming, in fact. So going to be a tough job for him to jump into because there's expectations immediately. He's coming in the middle of a project, and some might say on like kind of the backside of the project where, you can maybe say that the Sixers idea has peaked and now they're just trying to get something out of the window. And so that, that urgency, is that going to allow him to kind of grow properly into this role, or is he going to be thrust in and said, figure something out and make it snappy?
It was interesting because we had heard that Nick Nurse had pulled out of consideration for the Milwaukee Bucks job, that job going to Adrian Griffin. We'll have a little bit more on that as Giannis gets the coach that he desires. Now Nick Nurse lands in Philadelphia. Now here's what Philadelphia is going to be dealing with this offseason. I mentioned the biggest question for them is, will James Harden be in uniform going into this upcoming year? James Harden has until June 29th to either opt in or decline what would be his $35.6 million player option for the Sixers. There's a large belief around the league that he will decline that option, with reports being that he may want to find himself back in Houston, where he would be going to play for Ime Udoka, who, of course, is the new head coach in Houston. Another interesting roster consideration for the Sixers, Tobias Harris, his contract is expired now, so he is going to be a free agent this upcoming summer as well. But again, Nick Nurse, former NBA champion, who, of course, led the Toronto Raptors to that NBA championship with Kawhi Leonard in the summer. That was Kawhi, now is the new head coach of the Philadelphia 76ers. A very interesting move for them as they try to find a way to get over the second round hump, if you will, with Joel Embiid in tow going forward as his superstar there. So Good luck with that.
Yeah, and I mean, look.
Good luck with that.
Someone from the 214 said there's no excuses for Embiid and saying the roster isn't good enough, right? Like, I do think that there are some flaws with the way that they built the roster, but there's criticism to go around. Joel Embiid needing to, make sure that he gives dominant level performances in the second round is something that we can talk about. And then obviously, if James Harden remains, is he capable of giving you the quality of play that you expect from somebody of his caliber and his paycheck when you need it? Because that's always been a criticism of his game. It's like, he can give you these Iron Man performances all through the regular season. Maybe in the first round, when we get to winning time, it kind of dissipates. So those are criticisms that can equally be levied. But I think from a head coaching perspective, there's also questions about what Nick Nurse is facing up against. And best of luck to that man in his attempt to go and overcome those.
Of course, one of the other openings that we're looking to see and how it gets filled is what happens in Phoenix with their new head coach, whomever that's going to be. There's starting to be some rumblings that Kevin Young may be the front runner there, the associate head coach that was there under Monty Williams before he was fired by the Phoenix Suns. So a lot to still be to determine when it comes to these head coaches, but one job has been filled again for the Sixers. Nick Nurse taking over as the new head coach in Philadelphia. As we mentioned, Adrian Griffin, former Raptors assistant who was on Nick Nurse's staff, is now going to be the head coach in Milwaukee. So the Toronto Raptors seeing a couple of their guys be able to be now one former assistant coach with a new job, and now their former head coach gets a new job. Toronto, you're on the clock now. We've heard reports that Steve Nash actually interviewed for that job, and they were quote unquote impressed by Steve Nash, of course, the Canadian there.
I would love to know what those interviews sounded like. Just for my personal edification. No, you know what this might come down to? One of my favorite sayings: you can always go home. You can always go home. The Canadian-born NBA star legend, almost, if you want to view it that way. I can understand how he has a little bit of coaching experience under his belt. I don't know. We don't need to talk about what happened there. But the opportunity to do this with a team that is a little bit younger, that has a little growing to do. Because also, there's something to be said for the idea that, fresh off of the bench to become a head coach with the team that he did, not having the opportunity to grow as a coach was also a little unfair to Nash himself.
A little bit of instability there as well. So, because that's been some of the conversation that maybe in Toronto there's a little bit more stability than it was in Brooklyn that could allow Steve Nash to be a little bit more successful. I just hope they, allow somebody to have one of those nice little forwards there, whether it be Siakam, OG Anunoby.
Yeah, I think Pascal would enjoy Dallas.
I think he would too. You come home as well.
Yeah, you can always come home.
Just put that in the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just manifest.
Manifest.
That's right. That's what the users
That's
are
what
saying?
the kids saying these days.
Okay. Yeah, manifest.
That sounded real 36-year-old right there. I'm not gonna lie to
you. You 36.
Relax. It's the Get Right takeover of the G-Bag Nation for now. Right here on your home, the Cowboys, the Texas Rangers 105 through the fan. Coming up next on the other side of this break. Speaking of the NBA, the Mavs reportedly don't plan on helping Kyrie Irving. I'll tell you what exactly that means next on the Get Right.
Hey, Dallas. Need a new turbocharger for your Chevy? Air conditioning compressor for your Honda? How about a power steering gearbox for your Ford? You'll find over 300,000 parts at buyautoparts.com, the best place to buy auto parts online. Whether your mechanic does the install or it's a DIY project, Buy Auto Parts is the place to get OEM and aftermarket items for all makes and models, with most items shipping the same day. Save up to 60% off MSRP and get free shipping on anything over $99. And our 60-day money-back guarantee lets you return any part for any reason. Buy Auto Parts has been around for over 30 years, built from our own customer-friendly catalog to make it easy to buy auto parts. Get big parts at small prices. Save hundreds on air conditioning, turbochargers, steering, suspension, and driveline. Right now, get $10 off orders over $100 with coupon code RADIO. Auto professionals can get preferred pricing and a flat $25.
Security.com. It's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
It is indeed time for the Get Right. We're Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula.
Yo.
Justin Honore holding it down for you here on this Memorial Day edition of the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan. At Kevin Gray Sports, at Reg Atatula on Twitter. If you want to give us a follow there, we're with you until 8 o'clock tonight as your Stars look to stave off elimination one more time with the return of their captain, Jamie Benn, returning for Game 6. Also, history will be made one way or the other tonight in Beantown as the Boston Celtics have forced a decisive Game 7. Will they become the first team in 150 tries in NBA history to come back from an 0-3 deficit, or will the Miami Heat finish off the Eastern Conference Final by becoming an 8 seed to reach the NBA Final? Either way, something historic is going to go down in Boston tonight. We are with you until 8 o'clock, covering it all for you on this Memorial Day. We salute and honor those who have given their lives, their ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty for this country. We appreciate you joining us, however and wherever you may be listening to us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app here on this Memorial Day. Also, good guys get the win today, 5-0 over the Detroit Tigers because the bullpen decided to help out Nathan Eovaldi today. Eovaldi going 5 innings, 4 hits, 0 earned runs. Rangers 5, Tigers 0, 34-19. Your first place Texas Rangers get the win today. Big blow in the top of the 5th inning. Corey Seager's 3-run home run gave the Rangers a lead that they would not relinquish. That gets you a little bit caught up on what's going to be happening tonight and throughout the course of the day, because we got to talk a little Mavericks basketball, because while, yes,
they playing?
No, they are not.
Oh.
No, they are not. They are hoping that by this time next year, they'll be somewhat closer to this particular round as they were this past season when they made it to the Western Conference Final. Not so much this year, but they hope to have Kyrie Irving in the fold to be able to do so. And Tim Cato of The Athletic, he had his Mavericks mailbag over the weekend entitled The Challenge of Evaluating the Front Office and Other Summer Scenarios. And I don't want to say this kind of got buried in the answers that he was giving, but it was an answer with respect to Kyrie Irving and how he may or may not be with this team in terms of sign and trade scenarios for your Dallas Mavericks. Now, the question that was posed to Cato was this: what would a Kyrie to the Lakers sign and trade look like? And I'll just read the full answer that he gave, because I want you to catch the answer that he gave in the portion of this. He said, quote, unless the Lakers somehow make Austin Reeves available in a return, sign, and trade, or decide they're willing to trade Anthony Davis, and they won't, there's really no reason for the Mavericks to assist the Los Angeles Lakers if Irving chooses to sign there, especially not if D'Angelo Russell is the consolation prize. Quote, it requires tact, but the Mavericks should simply tell Irving up front what contract they would like for him to re-sign. And while he certainly has the right to leave, they, quote, don't plan to assist any other team in acquiring him. They have the most appealing offer.
That's interesting, because the first part of that is something that Mark Stein echoed, right?
That's right.
Stein, in one of his Substack releases, was basically saying, and you can correct me because I believe you have this a little bit more down verbatim, that the Mavs are not interested in D'Angelo Russell in any sign and trade situation with the Lakers.
That's correct.
But what that made me think is that what I interpreted from that was, oh, so they're interested, or like actually thinking about or considering, even if they're not interested, but they're considering the idea of signing trades. And Tim Cato's perspective, you know, assuming that he is like reporting there and not like opining, is no, absolutely not. Like, they are in this place where they do not want to assist any sign and trade situations, which feels like it's kind of out of the reach of their control. Am I wrong here? Like, the idea is if he decides that he does not want to be on the team, you got to get something back, right?
In theory, yes. Ideally, you want to work with a sign and trade partner. If there's a desired destination that Kyrie Irving wants, and he says, look, get me to Phoenix, get me to Los Angeles, get me to X team, okay, well, let's facilitate something to where both sides can win here. Now, the Mavericks are in position to offer Kyrie Irving a 5-year, $272 million contract. They have the most appealing offer here if they decide to take it to the full max.
Before we get there, do you think, you don't even have to report. This could be just your opinion here. Do you think that they are willing to get there or even near there on the full max with Kyrie Irving?
I think they're willing to get near full max for him.
Okay.
If they go 3+1, where you get the first 3 years and then the fourth year is a player option, that can get you to about $210 million. And if they feel desperate enough to feel like they need to keep Kyrie Irving in that way, they could go the full 5-year, $272 million. Now, here's the thing. I see you 903. The $25 million in cap space is plenty back. Now, let me help you out here a little bit.
I
Let me help you out here a little bit. I encourage you to check out my guy at Mavs CBA on Twitter, because my man's got a full breakdown here on how this cap space thing is going to work out. Now, if you do not bring back Kyrie Irving, you're going to clear about $17 to $19 million in cap space. Now, you can get there a little bit further by not bringing back guys like Christian Wood,
probably gone anyways,
Dwight Powell.
He might come back.
You got a partially guaranteed contract of Reggie Bullock. You may decide you want to move off him. You've got a contract extension for Maxi Kleber coming in at 3 years, $33 million that kicks in at the beginning of this upcoming season. You can let go of Theo Pinson. There's ways you can get up to about $24-25 million in cap space. You won't simply get there by not re-signing Kyrie Irving. Okay, so just a little bit of clarification on that. But you can get to that point if you renounce a few contracts. But also not bringing back Kyrie Irving.
I also think that what you have to consider there is $25 million enough to build a team, because like at that point you basically need to build a whole basketball team.
Correct, and the answer to that question is no.
Okay,
that's the real answer to that question. So while yes, you could create some cap space to get there, what are you going to be able to bring back? And more importantly, in a free agency class this summer that isn't great, that includes one of your own in Kyrie Irving, James Harden, who we believe is going to decline his player option to the tune of nearly $36 million. And then Tobias Harris is going to be a free agent. Chris Middleton is going to be a free agent as well, but the expectation is that he's going to be back with Milwaukee this upcoming season. The class isn't necessarily great. Nikola Vucevic is out there from Chicago. Who knows what they decide to do in terms of their future, because there's reports that Lonzo Ball may not ever play another game again due to his chronic knee issues. All that to say is the Mavericks are in a position where they can offer Kyrie more money, but Kyrie's also in a position where if he finds a suitor that has enough cap space for him to walk for free, he ultimately can do that. So again, the leverage resides with Kyrie Irving here, because he can dictate the terms of where he wants to go.
In theory. But I think what Cato is getting at, because we're speaking on something that came out of Tim Cato of The Athletic. He put out a mailbag this weekend, and one of the things that he said within it is that the Mavs are not interested. Can you get the language particularly, because I don't want to, misrepresent what he's saying. But in essence, that the Mavs are not interested in...
They don't plan to assist any other team in acquiring Kyrie Irving.
So the idea being, this is what we will sign you for. If you find someone else to go deal with, go do that. And I understand the leverage play in that for the Mavs, because it's something I've said over the last few months. I don't think that there's another team that Kyrie would like to play with that has the money or capability to give him what he wants. And so technically, I think that is a play that would work for the Mavs, where you go, this is what you want. We're the only one that has it. Take however long you need to figure that out, but that's the case. The problem is, and I want to be careful about the way I say this, because I don't want to do Kyrie is a cancer or anything. I don't want to do that. That's not the place I want to exist in. However, Kyrie can be a little temperamental.
Mercurial, as I like to say.
Mercurial, good word. How do you think that plays if, we'll give you the money, but again, you put him in a place where you have had to kind of put him through the ringer for it. And also noting the idea that Kyrie has expressed pretty publicly the idea that he wants to be in a place where he is accepted and celebrated rather than tolerated. What does that kind of power play, even though understanding the business leverage of it, what does that power play sound like more to you? Accepted or tolerated? Or,
it sounds more tolerated to me.
And so I think that you then put yourself at jeopardy of eventually at some point maybe having a dissident instead of a valued part of your team or somebody who wants to be in. I don't think you want to have that adversarial relationship with Kyrie Irving, because I think it could corrode the idea of having a working relationship with him on your team, which is why you resign him. The idea is that he can help your team win basketball games, and you don't want to add anything that could corrode that.
And this is why, in my opinion, the Mavericks have put themselves in a position where if Kyrie says, look, how badly do you want me to be here?
Mm-hmm.
He is in that spot with that kind of leverage, because let's think about, again, what they gave up to get Kyrie. You gave up a future first-round pick. You gave up your best defensive player in Dorian Finney-Smith. You gave up Spencer Dinwiddie, all for a chance to have Kyrie Irving re-sign with you long-term after working and playing with Luka Doncic, even though the results did not show on the floor that you wanted it to. This is what you put yourself in the position to have to do. Now, I don't think there's enough suitors out there that look at Kyrie's situation, especially teams that have the requisite salary cap, that would want to bring him in. Now, Houston may be a wild card here. Not to say that Kyrie Irving is going to go anywhere near Houston, but the fact that we know that James Harden may be wanting to go back to Houston, that's a team that has the kind of room to make things happen if they want it.
Sure.
But Kyrie, at this point in his career, 31, going to be 32 years old, wants to win and continue to win, but more importantly, find a place where he feels like he is not, as we've detailed plenty, he is celebrated and not tolerated. And this organization has done everything in its power to make Kyrie feel like he is that kind of celebrated here with this organization. Now, will he reciprocate that based on what is available to him and what the Mavericks are going to be doing? Because let's say he does not re-sign here. Where do you go from there? Where do you go from there?
That's such a tough question.
You're cooked.
Hey, Justin, what's happening?
It's that simple for you. They're cooked in that way.
And the tough thing about it is,
enlighten me a little bit. Enlighten me on that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, enlighten me a little bit.
Okay, so obviously the big theme that y'all been talking about, or at least Texers have been talking about, is that cap space that you don't get back if Kyrie doesn't sign. Who are you going to use that on?
the tough part about it is, like, you as a front office in the NBA, you're not in a place where you could just throw your hands up and be like, well, we're done.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, you might not, the aspirations that you had may have to be trimmed back, but at that, you need to start working towards another thing. Now,
which ironically is part of the thing that they haven't been good at for a long time.
Yeah,
which is working through the draft. Because the way this is going, the collective bargaining agreement, it's going to be very prohibitive for these teams to keep multiple superstars or superstar type contracts on your team. So the NBA is telling these teams, hey, look, you might want to start getting your stuff in order because you don't want to be a second.
Is that the play? Is that the play? You just kind of hang it, dry powder until you see one of these teams get out here and, like, you know, the threat of the quote unquote second apron, make some teams make some cutbacks, and then you go and swoop through. Is that what we're doing? I mean, it's one of the options that you can go to, but it then becomes you have to plan for further in the future, which then again puts us in a place where we're talking about the jeopardy of the star player that you have built as your foundational piece, which is Luka Doncic, and whether he believes that you're capable of putting a team around him that can be successful. And then when the countdown becomes, when does this become a situation where he asks out?
Let's play ball here with 214 here on the text line.
Thanks for texting in, by the way. We appreciate y'all.
Thank you so much.
Interacting on this Memorial Day on 105 through the Fan.
From the 214, if Kyrie doesn't resign, you go get Grant. I'm assuming they're talking about Jeremy Grant.
Jeremy? Which one's the good one?
Jeremy Grant.
Okay.
Yeah, the one in Portland.
All due respect to Jerian.
That's right. Trade for DeAndre Ayton. Find a sign-in trade with Christian Wood. Problem with that is he's an unrestricted free agent, so he's gone. He can walk. Let Jaden Hardy grow. The sky is not falling. The only question I have for you, 214, with that grand plan there, with what money? With what money?
And
because you're going to be paying Jeremy Grant upwards of $20 to $25 million per season. DeAndre Ayton gets here over $30 million a season for him alone. What you got left? Because you got to renounce a bunch of contracts to try to make some of that. You got to renounce a few contracts to make that happen.
I'm trying to think of the money that it would take to get the trade for DeAndre Ayton done, because I imagine the valuable pieces that you'd be sending to the Suns are the 10th pick,
At minimum, Tim Hardaway Jr.
Tim Hardaway Jr., Josh Green also has to go in there.
Maybe if Phoenix insists on that. Which is much okay. Now this might give Mavs fans a little stirred up, but I don't care.
Oh, okay. You got this by yourself. You got it.
As much as Josh Green has developed, Josh Green should not be the thing that keeps you from making a move. Okay? Like, I know there was flashes of Josh Green and what he was able to do in terms of knocking down the shot from the three-point line. Defensive energy. There's some things there that you saw Josh Green grow with in terms of his game. He should not prohibit you from making a move. Now, DeAndre Ayton, not necessarily. I don't think I'll make a move with Josh Green to go get DeAndre Ayton because you want to talk about mercurial.
It's a swing.
DeAndre Ayton, for sure.
It's taking hacks.
Yeah.
At this point. And this is what we were talking about months into, before the season ended, and once the season ended and all the way through this, is that they have quite the entangled mess to have to navigate, and it's going to take some real, perseverance, some real foresight, and it's going to take a good plan for them to be able to navigate this, and these are all of the questions that they are having to deal with. And so it's why I do not envy Nico Harrison, Mark Cuban, all the other decision makers, Michael Finley, all the folks that are in that decision-making process, because it's going to be tough. These are tough decisions that they're going to have to make. And ultimately, the process is something that maybe we could judge, but they're going to be judged on the results. And it's not an easy thing to land here.
Last one from the 214. $25 million doesn't get Grant. You trade Tim Hardaway Jr., Reggie Bullock, Josh Green, their salary matches. Then you have to supplement. So what you just did is gut your roster for one player. And let me ask you this.
Two. Because the idea is that Jeremy Grant and Ayton. Yeah. And then so you have Grant, Ayton, Luka Doncic. You would still have Jaden Hardy from the situation that they have, and you have no depth.
And the last thing I'll say on that is, with all of that, is do you trust Nico Harrison in his front office to be able to supplement on the back end of that to be able to fulfill the rest of this roster based on what you have? There are questions about that for some people. Maybe not necessarily for me, but there are some questions for that for some people.
It is. I think it's a way that you could go, assuming that you can make all those things happen, which I'm not certain of. But I'll play along for sure. If you make those things happen, it's still going to be something that you're going to have to navigate, and you get that team together. And I'm not certain where that team lands you. You asked me what the team that you just described. Where do they finish in the West? No idea.
No idea.
And that's
even with a top 5 player in this league.
That's the scary part.
And Luka Doncic. Yeah. By the way, if you're Josh Green, if I'm the Mavs and you say you go get Miles Turner, I make that move. Josh Green can go to Indiana if I'm bringing him at Miles Turner. That would be a player, if I'm going to give an example of who I wouldn't mind moving Josh Green for.
That sounds like Taylor Horton Tucker for Miles Turner.
Relax. Taylor Horton Tucker. Didn't think we was going to get that name in here today. It's the Get Right, Reggie KG right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we're going to hand out some Memorial Day awards in Major League Baseball, including this one for your Texas Rangers. We do that next on 105 through the Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're being pitched that you need to buy a new air conditioner,
You'd love to hear it. Within that, it's Memorial Day. If you didn't know, shout out to you. You might have a day off. I don't know. Just sometimes it's good to reiterate. But that means that it's about roughly the 1/3 mark.
Just about.
Of the baseball season, which doesn't feel like that.
The season's flown by.
It's been moving. It's like
it's
like they put the pitching clock on the season itself.
That's what happens when you win ball games.
Yeah, I guess that's fair, right?
How about that?
I guess that's also fair. So with that being the case, let's kind of look around and award some Memorial Day, like do a check-in on awards for the MLB's best. This is also, we're being helped out by CBS Sports, Mike Axisa. Apologies if I didn't pronounce that right.
Shout out to that man.
As of right now, the teams that would get the bye in the AL, the Tampa Bay Rays and your Texas Rangers.
Hey, how about it?
Yankees would have a wild card. They'd play at the Twins if the season were in today, and the Astros would have another wild card against the Orioles. In the NL, it'd be Braves and Dodgers getting that bye. Giants at Brewers and Marlins at Diamondbacks would be your other wild card games. But let's get into this kind of like the best. So in the AL, because that's what we care about.
Sure.
Who would you say is the best team thus far?
The Tampa Bay Rays have been whooping ass all season.
Mm-hmm. That's right, except for that one time. But other than that,
hey man, it is what it is. Yeah, Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah, that's the place to go. Although it's not like it's entirely moot point, right? Nobody needs to talk about this. No, there's some discussing, and it's funny because the names that I will bring up next, you just go that wouldn't have guessed, right? Orioles and Rangers have been excellent, right? And obviously, once you get through a third of the season, it seems like it's not even just excellence that's fleeting. This could be a thing for real. But yeah, the Rays have just been incredible through their first few games, first like 50-something games. They retook the lead in runs scored today, and just been wildly efficient defensively. Pitching has been incredible. We talk about starting pitching around these parts. Starting pitching over there has been incredible, and they have 11 players with at least 7 home runs. So, like, been a powerhouse 2 months of the season for the Rays, and a lot of the same ways for the Rangers, just all over the place. You're seeing them do it through all facets of the game, and so that's why the Rays definitely best team.
And they have arguably the best pitcher in the game right now.
Shane McClanahan?
Yeah. That kind of helps.
In another, nobody cares about your fantasy team update. Shane McClanahan, star of the fantasy team right now. Incredible.
And that's with all due respect to Sonny Gray, who's been phenomenal this year.
Also on my fantasy team. Did some good drafting, baby. Did some good drafting.
Wait, you got McClanahan and Sonny Gray?
That's right.
Wow, you must be living right.
Did some good drafting.
My goodness.
Again, nobody cares about my fantasy team.
I'm just
Moving
saying.
along. Who would you guess? I know this is going to be tough.
All right.
Worst team in the AL.
Oh, that's so difficult. Oakland. Jeez.
It's so, because it's bad on multiple fronts, right? One, historically bad losing, right? Quite literally, one of the worst records. They're on pace to go 29-133 and shatter the 1962 Mets record for futility, which is 41-20-1.
And one.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Don't ask me about that. I don't have any answers for you there. But like, they are on pace, and of course, like, on pace guy doesn't mean anything, right? Like, because we end up seeing the way that these seasons kind of fluctuate. But you can get worse, and the A's are being that, on top of the idea that they are actively losing their home, right? Like, this is an organization that is actively trying to leave the place that it is while being atrocious. I can only imagine the people that actually show up to that building to watch games. Oof.
Vegas was like, y'all got a home out here. Just come on down. Come on down.
Gave them money to do it, too.
They
suckers.
They really did.
Biggest surprise, who would you put here? In the AL. The biggest surprise.
I mean, it has to be Texas. It has to be.
Yeah. I don't like the Orioles would be the other contender for this.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, Texas just shot up. And like, it's not even that they had a whole bunch of young stars that you knew was going to shoot up. Although, like, you talk about Josh Young, your guy. Josh Young has been incredible. He's done exactly what you expected of him and more.
Legitimate AL Rookie of the Year candidate.
But I mean, we were talking the high end, the optimistic folks were like, yo, maybe a 90-win season, maybe. And they're out here
on the high end.
They're out here moving incredible. And like, and also, with an injury from the guy who you spent a whole bunch of money for, Jacob deGrom, like that was going to be the tip of the spear. It was like, well, if Jacob deGrom is healthy and pitching, then it'll be the 90 games. And it's like, oh, well, if he's not, it could be really bad. It hasn't mattered.
My goal for this team this season was to compete for a second wild card spot. Didn't necessarily think we would be talking about them as the second best team in the American League. And that just shows you what this team has been able to do. And more importantly, at least for me, the calming presence that Bruce Bochy has been as the manager of this ball club. Incredible work so far for this team.
Is this a safe space?
Sure it is.
I thought we might have been going overboard with the Bruce Bochy at the start where we were like,
oh, really?
I thought, look, I understand. I've had conversations with some friends over time where it's just like, I wonder what the value of a manager is now, especially with how much analytics has taken hold in baseball and the ways that general managers and front offices and research and development teams are kind of dictating in some ways some of the decision making. Like, okay, we don't want the pitcher to go through the third time seeing these guys, or we don't want to, like those things would then lessen the effect of a manager. And boy, I am okay with saying that I'm wrong, 100%. Bruce Bochy is that dude. Like, I don't know if he got magic. I don't know what it is, but and obviously I want to give him his credit, right? I don't want to say that this is mystical. Like he has experience and he knows the levers to pull and push and buttons and all those things, right? It has been incredible to watch happen for him to just be able to manage all these things, including a bullpen that feels pretty thin, and he's managed it incredibly. This has been a great surprise for the Rangers in all the best ways. Would you have a guess as who they slot as the biggest disappointment in the AL thus far?
Biggest disappointment in the AL. Oh, help me out here. Biggest disappointment.
AL East. Even though all the teams at AL East doing a decent amount of playing well. But in the bottom of the what I guess I will call the cellar of the AL East right now, even though they're over 500, the Toronto Blue Jays.
Oh yeah.
Who they go with. I mean, this is a team where you see all the
they got so much star power.
All the young talent, and it's a lot of star power, yet here they are in the basement of the AL East right now. Even then again, they're playing 500 baseball, but it's tough. You were expecting this team to be contending for that AL East title, and I mean, it's a third of the way through the season. Things can change up, but they've had some struggles. Team with the most approved, they put it as the Mariners. They added some, offseason additions like Teoscar Hernandez, AJ Pollock, and they've underperformed. And so it's like, you also had a few injuries in Andres Munoz and Robbie Ray. Like they need to figure out what they're doing in themselves together. But the team that needs to make a trade the most, can you guess, KG? In the AL.
Oh, it's got to be the Rangers again.
The bullpen.
Yeah, bullpen.
Because, you pair this with how good they've been, how much of a surprise they've been, it is such a clear need that they need bullpen help that it's like, get to the trade deadline or get to the time when people are now open to sell and, get that fixed up. Because it's so glaringly in need.
I do wonder, and maybe this thought is misplaced, but I do wonder as we get closer to the trade deadline, as we get into that season, if teams are going to be trying to play hardball a little bit and try to extract a little more from Texas because they know how much the Rangers need bullpen help and what that could mean in terms of negotiations, between teams and the Rangers to try and get what they need to help that bullpen. I do wonder if that would be a conversation at some point down the road, if teams will be willing to try to extract more because they may be playing off the desperation of the Rangers to acquire said bullpen help. Just a thought.
Maybe, but I also wonder how much can you possibly extract more, considering that bullpen help is just usually the easiest to acquire, is the easiest to come by at this time or at that time of year. And I guess let's put that down, let's circle back, and let's see what happens once we get to that time of season. Because also some of this is like you're a seller for a reason and you need to get stuff.
True.
So I don't know how much hardball you can ultimately play.
Yeah. Agreed.
But yeah,
it's just a thought.
No, it's an interesting thought. Yeah. When you said that, I was like, okay. I'm going to write that down. I'm going to stash that away because that might be an interesting. We might have to ask one of our friends, whether it be Levi Weaver, Kenny Landry,
Sandler himself.
Sandler.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We'll bandy that about a little bit. That's some of the Memorial Day check-in on the AL on the American League. I was about to say the AL West, but we went through the whole American League right here on 105 through the Fan.
Rangers 5, Tigers nothing. They get the win today. Martin Perez takes the mound tomorrow for the good guys as they look to make it 2 in a row against Detroit before they ultimately come back home later on this week when the calendar turns from May to June. It's the Get Right with Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we go around the National Football League where Jimmy Garoppolo signed this piece of a contract that puts his money in jeopardy. I'll tell you what is next on The Fan.
Hey there, Brad Robler from Classic Fleet and Commercial. I'm here with Dorian Jimenez.
please understand, I have no bearing on what happens with like on-field play of the Texas Rangers. At least I don't believe it. Like if you believe that I do, thanks. That's cool.
Embrace the magic of the Boch. And Bruce Bochy, that is. Have a little faith.
Embrace the magic of the Boch. I'm trying to decide if I like that or not.
Me too.
I'll ponder on it.
It felt good coming out,
Mm-hmm.
but then as I kind of, thought about it, I don't know. But hey, if you like it, run
if you
with
have
it.
any revisions, text line 877-881-1053. It's a very communal atmosphere right here.
It is very much so. Let's go around the NFL, Justin, here on your home of the Cowboys, 105 through the Fan. As we do, we start in New Orleans. Because of course the New Orleans Saints would do this.
What they do?
New quarterback Derek Carr had a familiar helping hand this past week in installing their offense during offseason workouts.
Who was it, like Jameis?
No.
Who helped him?
That would be former Raiders coach John Gruden.
Oh.
That's not the day you thought it was going to say, was it?
No.
Yep.
So he going to have that Spider 2-Eye banana down.
Spider 2-Eye banana, baby.
Going to have that down.
The Saints brought in Gruden to help Carr and the offensive coaching staff under coach Dennis Allen, NOLA.com reported.
Did they do it like Gruden's Grinders? Did they set up the board for him?
Oh, man. Of course, second-round draft pick by the Raiders in 2014. Carr spent his entire career in the silver and black until his release after this past season, or after the 2022 season, I should say. He signed a 4-year, $150 million contract back in March with the Saints.
How frustrated did John Gruden get when every play he was asking him where the ball goes and Derek Carr was like, check it down to Alvin Kamara.
Like, do you not see number 41 over there?
You check it down to Alvin Kamara.
Like, do you not see that dude over here?
Why would I throw it down the field when I could check it down to Alvin Kamara?
It's not like Michael Thomas's ankle gonna hold up well enough for me to throw it to him most of the time. Jeez.
Is Jarvis Landry still there? Don't matter. Check it down to Alvin Kamara.
I got Alvin Kamara, damn it.
And I like checking it down. This is a win-win situation.
John Gruden wants back in the NFL so bad, doesn't he?
I bet he. Well, maybe. If you don't, what does he want more? Back in the NFL or to sue the pants off of him?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
You talk about it all the time. These coaches, lifers, man. They can't get it out of their system.
It's good. It's good because like those are the types of jobs that you better love it. Like the time that it takes,
the grind. Man, listen. Coaches are special people, man. Y'all may not like Mike McCarthy. Y'all may not like some of these coaches around the league. One thing some these dudes do, they work. At least perception-wise.
It was like
perception-wise.
Mike McCarthy might not be the best one. Isn't he the dude that told us that he did a whole bunch of work and then came as soon as he got the job and was like, actually, that work that I said I was doing.
The point is
the McCarthy project.
At some point or another, most of these dudes was out here working their tail off to get to this point. Even if some, as their careers have gone on, have done whatever they quote-unquote had to do in order to get their jobs. Yeah, Mike McCarthy, he need to quit doing that.
At least stop telling us about it. You got away with it, dude.
Well, we heard the other day when Dak, was posed a question by, Chill about the idea that he reviewed every single interception for this past year. Dak was like, actually, what really had happened was.
I bet Mike was like, dog, what are you doing?
Like, hey, Dak. Hey, shut up, Dak.
I thought we was boys.
Like, we better than that.
From the 940, Olave is going to be a beast in New Orleans. No, absolutely.
He's
right?
a baller.
No,
yeah.
I think that they've got actually a pretty nice receiving core.
Yeah.
My joke was Derek Carr, while having a cannon of an arm, loves checking the football down. It's one of the issues with him as a quarterback. And if you are a dude who loves checking the football down, it probably helps that you have a guy where you're like, I probably should throw him the ball anyway.
Not a bad guy to check down to, Alvin Kamara. Speaking of the Raiders, the man that replaced Derek Carr in Las Vegas. Did you hear about this?
Jimmy Garoppolo. I heard a little bit of something.
So an addendum to Jimmy Garoppolo's contract with the Las Vegas Raiders was a waiver that took the place of the quarterback taking a physical with the team, according to a copy of the deal obtained by multiple outlets. Now, the reason why this is a big deal, we came to find out that Jimmy Garoppolo had surgery on his foot Quote, in the absence of this waiver, Garoppolo would not pass the club's physical examination because of a pre-existing medial and middle cuneiform and a fracture of the base of the second metatarsal in the player's left foot.
Those all sound like medical words. Mm-hmm.
In other words, that cat had a broken foot.
Oh, okay, thanks.
The provision titled Addendum G.
Like Jimmy G?
Yeah.
I see it.
How about that?
I see what they did there. Yeah.
Was initially reported by Pro Football Talk and later posted on social media by the NFL Network. Oh, okay. The waiver addresses the foot injury that a source said Garoppolo underwent surgery for shortly after he signed his 3-year, $72.75 million contract with the Raiders back on March 17th.
Here's the fun part. Oh, I thought you were going to keep going. Here we go. According to Pro Football Talk, the Raiders could terminate Garoppolo's contract for any reason related to the waiver, and Jimmy would not get paid any of his $22.5 million base salary for the 23 season until he passes a physical. Why did they do this? I guess they were like down bad for a quarterback.
It goes even deeper than that for me.
Okay, please.
Why in the blue hell would any franchise worth a damn give Josh McDaniels a job? That's where it goes back for me.
Yeah, because do you feel
why?
Do you feel like we're still in the window, or are we out of the window of the anybody for whom Bill Belichick touches the hem of their garment?
I've been through with that.
Okay, cool.
I've been through with that.
Because like there's the negative sides and the positive sides. You can point to Matt Patricia relatively recently. You can point to Brian Flores, right? Like those are kind of different sides of this. But with that being the case, Josh McDaniels, we already saw this happen one time as a head coach and it didn't go swimmingly. He went back and rehabbed.
Bruh, I was through with Josh McDaniels when he told the Indianapolis Colts, hey, I'm coming to get this job. And then
glad you added more to that.
After that was like, actually, nah, I'm good on that. I'm going to back out and renege on the deal that I had with what?
You can never renege, guys. Never. That's 4 books. Don't do that.
Oh, man.
It's Memorial Day. I had to get a Spades reference.
No,
right?
I did that. Yeah,
Okay,
hey, of course you did.
Thank you.
What? 214. I'm not going to play ball with that. I'm not doing that. Relax. But yeah, that's tough, man. So anything with regard to that waiver, they could cut him. He doesn't get a single dime of that money. Raiders cheap as hell, man. Of course they would do that. House broke franchise. As we continue around the National Football League.
Lady T said 4 books is a heavy toll. Well, then don't renege.
Then don't. Right.
How about that?
Shout out to Le'Veon Bell. Did you see this?
Yes.
Justin, you see this? Regarding Le'Veon Bell?
Nope.
Free agent running back Le'Veon Bell has admitted to smoking marijuana before NFL games. To which I say, all right.
Look, man, do we have time for this? Okay. So KG, I was at home with the folks this weekend because my little brother graduated. Shout out Nathan, I'm proud of you.
Hey.
And the younger of the two, Nathan is the older of the two. The younger of the two told me he wants to play running back this year.
Okay.
Do I step in and say something? Because I was like, running back for real? You don't want to keep playing cornerback and safety? You really going to play running back? And the reason why I bring that up is because like running back takes a toll.
Yeah.
And so the idea that Le'Veon Bell got in here was like, I was smoking weed to play running back. I'm like, yeah, I imagine you have to. Like, I find it amazing that anybody wants to get in here and play running back. That's a tough job.
And participate in high-speed car crashes on purpose every single play.
Like, that is how your job ends every time. Unless you get on your Ted Ginn and find that sideline. That is how your job ends every time. Not some of the time.
Ted Ginn was a professional sideline finder. Okay? Ted Ginn would catch that ball in that little hitch route, take you about another 5-10 yards. All right, time to get out of bounds. Business decision.
I guess we kind of know why he was able to find all those little holes. You know how he used to dance around the backfield, let it develop?
Yeah, because everything slowed down.
Exactly.
I see you. I see what you're doing there. I like that.
That's a good observation. I like what you're doing there. That's good. Yeah, this doesn't strike me as anything that would bother me at all. It makes a lot of sense, to be honest with you. Le'Veon Bell.
So he's not planning on playing again, huh?
Probably not.
I know that the league has gotten a little more lax on this.
They try to loosen up a little bit.
You saying it out loud? Okay. Yes, 214. I remember Marshawn Lynch said he was taking shots at Hennessy before games. And the best part about that clip, if you could go find it on YouTube or wherever you find clips, he was telling Payne Manning there, and Payne was just I don't think he was
floored.
He was not in the right place to be able to fully comprehend what was being said.
You did what?
Hey man, running back is just
different breed, man.
Do what you need to do, man.
Gotta do what you gotta do to play these games, man. That's a trip around the National Football League right here on the Get Right. Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, are the Celtics really about to pull this off? Why Beantown's history says it just might. Next on the Get Right.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley Cup champion Greg Ludwig and NHL reporter Sean Shapiro. It's Spits and Suds, 3 times weekly on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I can't imagine this is how the Las Vegas Raiders wanted to begin their offseason program. First came a profile of star receiver Davante Adams admitting he wasn't on the same page about the direction of the franchise after they jettisoned Derek Carr. Now Jimmy Garoppolo is recovering from offseason foot surgery for the next few months. In this loaded AFC, things need to go right for the Raiders to make the playoffs, and so far, little has. I'm Maggie Gray.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Tools.
Nothing says summer like an ice-cold Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Smooth, refreshing, real brewed tea with 5% alcohol. Look for Twisted Tea in the bright yellow cans. Keep it twisted!
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Had enough of those little flies in your kitchen?
I did. That's why I got Zevo. I just plug in the trap, insert a cartridge, and let the light do all the work.
Zevo traps use blue and UV light to attract and trap flying insects with no odor, no mess, and no stress. Stop swatting and ditch the DIY traps. With Zevo, getting rid of bugs is as easy as
click, click, blue.
Zevo. People friendly, bug deadly.
Take hiring to a higher level. Virtual hiring is now made virtually stress-free with Indeed. Their powerful hiring platform makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates all in one place. Find your next great hire visiting Indeed.com/credit.
Okay, I want to tell you about D&M Leasing, though. I'm excited once again. We're doing a little bit of car shopping, talking with my guy, D&M Leasing. He's out there eyeballing, looking for the perfect new or lease return vehicle for me and my family, and they can take such great care of you at D&M Leasing. Give them a call, 972 or 817-35-LEASE. You're going to be dealing with the folks who just won Dealer of the Year once again. I love it. I can't believe it. You know, talking about exceeding expectations. I wasn't even in that 4Runner for 2 years. We still have it, you know. We'll be trading in later on this week. And I just love trading in and out of new vehicles more frequently and not having that negative equity that comes with it if you are in a purchase. So call D&M Leasing, get your guy, and he is going to be working overtime to put the vehicle of your dreams in your driveway. Expanding family, want the bigger SUV? He's just going to find the perfect vehicle with the best deal for me. That's what works for me. Maybe you want a specific, maybe you want a sports car, maybe I don't know what you want, a specific vehicle. Any area code 35-LEASE. You sign the documents online, you'll be done before you know it. That's dmautoleasing.com at ease.
Are you looking for land in the Texas Hill Country? A place where you can stretch your arms and breathe? You're invited to the ranches at Rifle Ridge Land Sale, located just under 3 hours from Dallas-Fort Worth, this Saturday, where you can get 5 to 10 acres from only $139,900. That's right, 5 to 10 acres of beautiful Texas Hill Country property for only $139,900. Now, these properties feature hill country views, mature trees, private gated entrance, paved roads, high-speed internet, utilities, no HOA, and are ag exempt for low taxes. This one-day land sale is by appointment only. Call now to book your appointment. Call 972-843-7471. That's 972-843-7471. Limited number of properties available. Call now, 972-843-7471. Come get your piece of the incredible Texas Hill Country. Call today, 972-843-7471.
Did you know you can get someone to shop for you? Stitch Fix.
Reginald Atatula,
Yo.
Justin Honore holding it down for you here on You Turn It On, Leave It On station 105.3 The Fan. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. The text line 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 on this Memorial Day. We appreciate you joining us however and wherever you may be listening to us, hopefully having a safe and sound Memorial Day as we remember those who gave the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty for our country. We appreciate all of you joining us here on your home of the Cowboys and the Texas Rangers on what will be a historic night in Boston. Also, hopefully at the American Airlines Center.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Where your Stars are looking to stave off elimination tonight at the AAC as the return of the captain, Jamie Benn, will take place tonight in game number 6. Of course, being suspended for 2 games for his cross-check. Now he is back and ready to go for the Stars tonight. We'll get you a preview of Stars Golden Knights game number 6 a little bit later on. But obviously, as you're listening, maybe headed to the American Airlines Center, getting yourself ready for tonight's game. We hope that you are excited for your Stars to be able to at least, and we'll talk about this a little bit later on, give Jamie Benn the moment that he is able to have and not being remembered for what happened earlier on in this series. I'm happy that the Stars are able to get their captain back, and now he has a chance to have an emotional lift and effect on tonight's Game 6 at the AAC. At Kevin Gray Sports, at Reg Atatula, if you want to get at us on Twitter. History is going to be made one way or the other tonight in Boston, though. After being down 3-0, the Boston Celtics are on the doorstep of one of the most implausible comebacks that we have seen in the history of sport. Now, to set this up, of course, the Celtics were down 3-0 to the Miami Heat. They win Game 4 in Miami. They get it back to Boston. They win Game 5. Game 6, Jimmy Butler hits not 1, not 2, but 3 free throws after the Miami Heat had went on a 13-2 run. They ultimately was able to take the lead with what was 2.1 seconds left. And then, and gentlemen, help me out here.
There's so much more to this because Jimmy Butler wasn't playing well all game, and then he scored like the final 10 points.
Went nuclear on Boston.
Including those 3 free throws that he got while up faking Al Horford. Al Horford got in the air and fouled him.
On what was a 3-point attempt. Now, here's what.
Which also echoes back to last year when these two teams met in the Eastern Conference Finals, where Al Horford adequately defended Jimmy Butler on what would have been a game-winning shot.
Mm-hmm. Now, no one, gentlemen, has been able to explain this at all to me. Why was another 0.9 seconds added back to the clock? Because when Jimmy Butler was fouled,
the clock showed 2.1 seconds.
2.1.
Yes. Okay, I got this for you. So what happened? What had happened was at that point, Joe Mazzulla challenges. What is he challenging? He's challenging the foul, right? And it was pretty clearly a foul.
Yes.
But you got to challenge left, and you just got to, hey, man, let's throw this out there just in case. Maybe he stepped on the line. Maybe we just kind of got to do it. And within that, they confirmed that it was a foul. But within looking at it, they looked at it and they saw where Al Horford first got his hand on Jimmy Butler, it was 3.0 as opposed to 2.1, where that clock kind of runs a little bit. So then they reset that clock to 3.0. So that's how that happens. If it wasn't for that challenge, all those 9/10 of a second were absolutely necessary for that putback shot that ultimately gave the Celtics that win. So there's a lot of little things like that at the end of that game that if they had gone just a smidge differently, only God knows what would happen. And maybe we would have already have a Heat and Nuggets final in the NBA.
And of course, Derek White hits the rebound, put back after the Marcus Smart missed 3.
Reminiscent of the 83 national championship game between University of Houston and NC State. It's the one that Jimmy Valvano goes out there running on the court because they put up a 3.
Straight up air ball that was caught. And of course, Lorenzo Charles on the putback dunk. But that sets us up for tonight. Now, what has been obviously talked about in the lead up to tonight's Game 7, Boston has a history of this. You remember that one time when the Boston Red Sox were down 3-0 to the New York Yankees?
Yeah, I bet you remember it too.
I do. In the 2004 American League Championship Series. And here's the part that people forget about that series.
What's that?
The Yankees in Game 3 blew the doors off the Red Sox in Game 3. That final score of that game was 19-8 in Game 3. And the series was a wrap, we all thought. And then, of course, the Red Sox rattle off 4 consecutive wins, including the decisive Game 7 on the road in the Bronx to take out the Yankees. Johnny Damon hit a grand slam, who, by the way, was in the building for Game 6 in South Beach this weekend. And then the Red Sox went on to rattle off 4 consecutive wins against the St. Louis Cardinals to, I'm sure, Jared Sandler's delight. And then, do you remember that one time, gentlemen, when the New England Patriots were playing in a Super Bowl that one time? And they were down, what was it? Oh, that's right. 28-3 to Dan Quinn's Atlanta Falcons. And oh, that's right. They engaged in the greatest comeback in the history of the National Football League. Did one Tom Brady and the New England Patriots, and they won said Super Bowl, where they ruined it for the culture that day.
That was your fault. That was your fault. You had no business staking the culture on the Atlanta Falcons. Way to pick some losers for us.
Look, beggars can't be choosers. That's who we had to work with that day. Justin, were you on that same train?
You had to play.
When has the culture ever won, though?
Wow. I don't like what you're doing right now, Justin.
It's true.
Wow.
I don't like that.
Wow. I mean, that's another conversation.
We're not talking about that. The thing about it is I get it that people do like the 28-3. They were up 31-3 at one point. Like, we're not even getting like the full magnitude of the difference and distinction here that they came back from. But I guess the 28-3 just stuck part of it. That's part of it, right?
Well, regardless, they came back and won.
Yes, they did.
So now,
much to a lot of folks' chagrin.
Bruh. Sick that day. So sick.
You did it to yourself.
A lot of us did.
Betting on the Atlanta Falcons.
Again, that's what we had to work with that day. And now the Celtics are in position where no team in NBA history has come back from an 0-3 deficit to win a playoff series. There have been 150 tries at this. None of them have succeeded. Now, here's what's interesting about tonight's game.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first time in NBA history that a team that's been down 0-3 has come back to not only tie the series, but then has Game 7
at home.
And
that's one of the things that makes this a little unique is that you had a team go 3-0 when they were very clearly not the best team in this series. And I say that with all respect to the Miami Heat. They did what they could. They played as close to perfect basketball as they could in those first 3 games. What allowed them to win those games that the Celtics was out here playing around. And so the Celtics, being not even just that they are the higher seed, but they are very clearly the better team, the better roster. Because you think about it, they're a better roster than the Miami Heat, and the Miami Heat have had very serious injuries to their roster, their valuable rotation pieces. But they was just out here playing around. And then they were like, okay, we probably should do the things that are serious and try and play 4 full quarters of games. And then this thing shook up entirely. And so, like, some of this is they did it to themselves and put themselves into 3. Like, one of the reasons why these things never happen is because teams that are of this caliber typically don't trick off games in the way that the Boston Celtics have.
Well, let's think about the anatomy of this comeback here.
Okay.
Boston has all of a sudden decided to shoot the lights out from 3.
Yes, which has been that's been the way that they've played all year.
Yes. Miami's gone cold from 3.
Which has been a little bit more akin to what they've done all year.
A little bit.
Yeah.
But also, defensively, what Boston has done is they are switching literally everything.
And that's been facilitated by playing a lot less of that 2 big lineup. They would play Robert Williams and Al Horford.
That's right.
And what happens is that now you have to kind of protect some of those guys. When you have Derek White, shout out to Derek White again, starting, playing a lot of minutes, he's a dude who has a little bit more versatility. And then also Grant Williams getting a little bit of time. He's a dude with some size and some versatility. Then now you can switch all these things and make it harder for the Miami Heat to get to the paint. Because that's one of the things that they've done well, especially Jimmy Butler. Just take you inside, get you into the paint. And so
Bam Adebayo too.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so if you stifle that, you're forcing them to rely on outside shots and 3-pointers, and that is not something that they're great at. They were shooting well in these playoffs and particularly in these Eastern Conference Finals up through 3 games. But that is, now we talk about regression to the mean, and this is why you want a series to go as long as possible if a team is just going off, because the idea is statistically, the more data points you get in the sample, the more likely you are to hit that kind of mean. And I think that's where we're going with the Miami, or that's at least where we have gone with the Miami Heat. Because the tough part about it is then trying to make like statistical analyses on a single game is not as easy. Because again, single data point, that can go all sorts of different places. But at least up to this point through 6 games, we've seen that kind of normalize.
And now you look at the Miami Heat and what they've been able to do in this series. They took the 3-0 seriously. One adjustment that hasn't been talked about a lot, they got Kevin Love out of the starting lineup, and they got Caleb Martin in there, who really has been really good for them in this series, including in Game 6. But now, Reg is going to love this. All the momentum has swung to the Boston Celtics. We'll get into our predictions a little bit later on in the show. But I am just floored at how we have even gotten here based on the way that these two teams looked through the first 3 games for the Miami Heat, where we were riding the Jimmy Butler wave, the indomitable will that is Jimmy Butler, to where now we have seen what we believe, I think, is the real Celtics team show up in the final 3 or the last 3 games of the series. And what it's all started with is on the defensive end. And when the Boston Celtics decide defensively with Williams, with Horford, who was terrific in Game 6, but more importantly, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum setting the tone on that end, they've been able to turn Miami over and to really be able to get out in transition a little bit and put pressure on them. So, you give Boston credit, I guess, for the comeback that they've had, but to your point, they should not have even been in this position to begin with, because they are the better team and was the better team coming into the series. But hey, we're here now. We're here now.
Yep, we're here now, and now it's a single game. And can we go back and the ESPN doesn't really need no defense. Remember all the people that was dancing on the ESPN predictions continuing to pick the Celtics?
The ESPN analytics?
Yeah, the analytics that were like, yo, the Celtics are the better team, and they kept losing. People were like, haha, look at your analytics being stupid.
Here's what the analysts don't care about. They don't care about your feelings.
Okay.
They don't care about your narrative.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care about your Cinderella story.
That's fair.
These are the numbers, damn it. And the numbers say Boston is the better team. And here's the wildest number out of all of this. It's the number 5.
What's that?
5 straight wins for Boston facing elimination in these playoffs alone.
Yeah.
They don't lose with their backs against the wall. And now they get Game 7 on their home floor tonight.
What would happen if the Boston Celtics just decided to be a serious team? They would have
swept Miami.
They would have swept Miami.
They would have swept Miami.
They would have dealt with the Sixers a lot easily. They would have a championship, because last year I truly believe that they had everything within them to beat the Golden State Warriors.
Agreed.
Oh well, I mean, look, you deal with what's in front of you.
And what's in front of them is the Miami Heat in a 3-3 series tie.
On the text line, 877-881-1053. Never been called this from the 469. Celtic homers. Huh.
What?
Interesting. Also, I'm being called a homer for saying that they were clearly better and then just lost 3 games, went down 3-0 to a team that they had no business losing to. That's me being a homer?
Let me help you out, 469. What you will never have to confuse either one of us for is being Celtics homer of anything. Okay?
I mean, look, you're entitled to your opinion. I hope you enjoy that. Also, I would like to go ahead and raise my hand because I deserve this.
Sure.
And thank you to the 214 for pointing this out. This was not complete absurd saying that, the Patriots were down 31-3. The Falcons finished with 28 points. The point that I bastardized my own point, and I apologize. The point that I needed to make was that it was 28-9 in the fourth quarter.
Yes.
Like, they let them get all this back at the very, very end.
Celtics Heat game number 7 tonight. Tip off at 7:30 p.m. at the TD Garden. Can the Celtics pull it off? We will find out in just a couple of hours. It's the Get Right with Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who had the worst NFL offseason? Bill Barnwell of ESPN helps us out with that. Next on the Get Right.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around the league. It's DFW's top football podcast for a reason. Love of the Star with Brian.
down for you here on your Turn It On, Leave It On station. Really appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. The text line 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, where the 214 poses this question. More likely to win a Game 7 for a reverse sweep, the Celtics or the Stars?
I know what I believe my true answer to be, but I'm going to say the Stars anyways.
I think that's good business.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Stars.
Because I want it to be that way.
Same. Imagine, though, and we'll talk a little more Stars a little bit later on, but just imagine if they are able to get this thing to a Game 7 after what this team has been through just in this series alone, to be able to get that back to Vegas for a decisive Game 7.
Yeah, I think like when we talk about the strengths, the hockey Western Conference Final was more evenly matched. At least we viewed it as that coming into the series compared to the Eastern Conference Final, where we were kind of just going off like Heat versus like strength of team.
Yes.
And I think that has kind of Heat. That's funny. My bad. That was not even intentional. But I think that has kind of evened out in a little bit of a way where this series, we're also seeing it even out. We're seeing the Stars find their strengths in this series. And I also neglected this, and we'll talk more about this when we get into the Stars right before the puck drop. But I neglected this, which is like, it's still a series, like a 7-game series. And within that, there's going to be the chess match. There's going to be tactical changes and throughout this. And it seems like Pete DeBoer has found some of those throughout this. So I'm excited. I hope that the Stars have found their groove. And then obviously, like you talked about like the emotional rush that should come with Jamie Benn being back. I think that they can finish this off, man. Or at least I hope.
I know, right? The puck drops in about an hour and a half at the American Airlines Center. Or check this out. The Stars are actually the favorite.
Let's talk about it.
The betting favorite.
Let's go.
At home against the Golden Knights.
Let's get it done.
Golden Knights. So we'll see. These teams, though, in the National Football League, Reg, did not have the best of NFL off seasons, according to Bill Barnwell. Is that right?
That's right. Sometimes you need to lean into Schadenfreude, which is laughing at other people's pain, in essence. And I think that we should do that in this segment. Let's talk about the teams that stunk up the joint in this offseason when we talk about free agency and getting through the draft before we get into, training camps and such.
Mm-hmm.
And we begin in Nashville, Tennessee with the Tennessee Titans. New manager Rand Carthon, shout out to that man, but ooh boy, this is not a fun place to start. They got rid of a lot of veterans who were not really helping this. Like they were, I guess, technically a 1 seed in the AFC. Did you feel good about that 1 seed in the AFC a couple years ago when they were?
No.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't feel strong about that anyways.
No.
And then you saw that kind of come back down to earth in this past season. And this is the problem with their offseason, as Bill Barnwell sees it. Do we know if they're actually rebuilding? Because, like, in theory, they're in a place where you go, they should probably rebuild, right? Like, kind of, or retool, or whatever the phrasing that we want to use is. But, start trying to figure out what the next iteration of this is. They're not quite doing that. They still have Ryan Tannehill and Derrick Henry.
Yeah, they have. I think they look at the AFC South as still a winnable division to where
You sure?
I mean,
The way that Jacksonville's come on?
Yeah, I think it's still like Jacksonville hasn't put themselves in a position where they're a dominant team within that division.
I think that this is the year when that leap fully occurred. Like I think we saw the spark of that leap.
Correct.
And
I think they're on that track.
This is the year when they fully leap, because not only did you see Trevor Lawrence become one of the better quarterbacks in this league in this past, like the offseason or the postseason rather. They also added more talent for him to throw to, because that was the thing.
Yes.
They had done the thing where they overpaid to get some talent in, and we were like, I don't know about those signings, but the talent was there. And then they added Calvin Ridley for the low.
They absolutely should be the favorite to win the AFC South, should the Jacksonville Jaguars. I just still look at the very top of the AFC right now, and I have real questions about their abilities to go and beat Kansas City on the road, to beat Cincinnati on the road, going to Buffalo, beating Buffalo on the road potentially in a playoff game. I'm not quite there yet with Jacksonville, but they should be the favorite to win the AFC.
Well, when
South,
it comes to Tennessee, obviously I mentioned Tannehill, Henry still on the team. Both of those guys a little bit older. Tannehill 34, Henry 29 as a running back, and it's kind of crazy that we still look at him and we're like, it's fine.
He's so good.
Apparently they asked Kevin Byard, the safety, to take a pay cut, and he was like, no. And they were like, oh, okay, don't worry about that then. So, like, they're still paying him in the ways that they should.
They just gave Jeffrey Simmons a big-time deal as well.
All those things, right?
Yeah.
And Jeffrey Simmons, I feel like that's a good bet. I feel
Oh,
like
yeah,
that one's
no
fine.
problem there, yeah.
I'm not going to knock you for that one. But yes, you have all of those. And then you look at, like, they need, Andre Dillard. And so, like, they need a receiver to add as well because the offense is very meh. It's just a team that really seems to only exist off of, like, thumping. And it don't seem like they got enough thump to them. It's just like, what are y'all doing? Where are y'all at? I feel like y'all should rebuild, and y'all aren't doing that. So, okay, good for you.
It feels like Ryan Tannehill is there as the bridge now, obviously, for Will Levis. Because at some point, you have to turn that page.
You sure that bridge reaches all the way to the other side? And you sure you want to be over there on the other side with Will Levis?
I mean, that's the choice they made. I don't give a damn.
That's why they are number 32 in the National Football League in the offseason.
Yeah.
How about 31? The Los Angeles Rams, which, I mean, how much more do I have to say before y'all did that F them picks thing? Y'all are reaping the benefit of the F them picks, right?
Honestly, I don't even get mad at the Rams for having a bad offseason because they got the one thing that they went all in for. They got their Super Bowl ring, and now
they got the Super Bowl.
This is the price you have to pay for it.
And they had all that money tied up in, like, Jalen Ramsey gone, Leonard Floyd gone. Well, actually, Leonard Floyd wasn't that much money, but Bobby Wagner, he had a cup of coffee with them. They even remember when they gave all that money to Allen Robinson.
Yeah,
they had to eat money to send him away.
Which partly I blame Matthew Stafford. Like, dog, you got more than just Cooper Kupp out there you can throw the football to.
Hey man, some of this is, if you ask a Bears fan, they'll be like, yeah, this is what we told y'all. He can't get open. And some of that was he was not getting open. Like, some of that is absolutely, you got to find ways to get the ball to him.
But sometimes you at least throw it to him and see if he can.
See.
Yeah, just see.
So, yeah, remember Matthew Stafford is 35 coming off a season where he had a whole bunch of injuries. Aaron Donald is 32. Cooper Kupp, 29. Tyler Higbee, 30. Like, this is an aging roster that has already gone through this place where they're just devoid of talent and they don't got a lot of picks. Like, they're just in that place. And they knew that this was coming. But
they're in Los Angeles. They don't care.
You're still 31. How about this? And this one just got worse. Maybe we need to move them down. The Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah. Okay, so they started their offseason by franchise tagging Josh Jacobs. All right. Best running back. One of the best running backs in the league. All right, cool. But then you move off Derek Carr. You go side Jimmy Garoppolo on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And then come to find out, you got to give him a waiver so he could at least, keep his.
And you knew it. You knew it when you
signed him.
Yeah.
Again, I always say this when it comes to the Vegas Raiders. What is the plan? What are they working toward? I don't understand what mode of direction they're trying to get to.
Vibes.
They moved off Darren Waller. They traded him to the Giants.
Yeah, some of that seemed to be just like he don't like the coach didn't get along with him. Devontae Adams, who was your big trade when you traded a couple of assets for him, he reportedly not really happy with what's happening in the organization.
Oh, really? Who could have seen that coming?
A year into a 5-year deal.
Who could have seen that coming? Okay. Like, you trade away his best friend. The what helps him sleep at night, I'm sure, and you like to say this, is the money.
Yeah.
Because that situation in Vegas right now is dysfunctional as hell. So, yeah. They qualify as a team that had one of the worst offseasons for sure.
Would you move them behind the Rams after the Jimmy Garoppolo thing has become public?
No, because clearly they didn't care. They signed him anyway. Hey, broken foot. Hey, no problem, Jimmy. Come on down. Josh got you. You can stay at his house or something. He got you.
Let's get spicy. Is Jimmy Garoppolo better than Derek Carr, even when healthy?
No. That's a real take.
The Las Vegas Raiders. No, I just wanted to ask.
I was like, wait, what?
I just wanted to ask.
Oh.
I just wanted to add a little salt to their wound.
Oh, okay.
Shout out to the Raiders fans out there. How about this? 29. He has the New York Giants. They did bring in some talent, right? They brought in Isaiah Hodge, or they kept Isaiah Hodgins, I should say, Slayton, Richie James. They had have those guys, but they brought back Sterling Shepard. Paris Campbell is going to come back from a torn ACL, and they managed to add Jalen Hyatt, and of course you mentioned Darren Waller, who is going to be there. So they did all that, but also they kind of gave all that money to Daniel Jones.
There it is. That gets you on the worst offseason list right there.
Like
you gave $40 million a year to Daniel Jones.
They like the smell of their own stuff, and they was like, sign it up.
Whom I love to say, never forget this, in each of the last 3 seasons, Daniel Jones has less touchdown passes than games played.
No, but this is new and improved Daniel Jones.
And they gave him $40 million. a season.
But they say he was getting better, though.
Don't y'all ever come to me talking crazy about Dak Prescott's contract ever again.
No, but he's going to get better, though, KG. See, what you don't understand is that apparently...
And he did improve a little bit. But come on, man. Good gracious.
They still need to figure out what they're doing with Saquon Barkley because he's playing on the franchise tag. That's another thing.
If I was him, I might play this franchise tag and then leave.
That is your fourth worst offseason. How about this? Let's round out the top 5 here.
All right.
So going back one more time, worst offseason thus far, Tennessee Titans. Second worst, Los Angeles Rams. F them picks. The third worst, Las Vegas Raiders. Shout out to Jimmy G and his foot. Fourth worst, the New York Giants.
That's right.
And then your fifth worst, the Detroit Lions. Some of this I wonder is just, what was they doing in the draft?
Who the hell knows?
You're like,
because they took a running back.
And an inside linebacker in the first round. And I have a strong feeling that their inside linebacker isn't going to get a whole bunch of sacks off the edge. I don't know. And
I'm gonna be completely frank. I had no idea who that dude was when they drafted that linebacker.
We were in the pluckers together. Like who? Who's that? You say he played at Iowa?
This is after they took Jahmyr Gibbs. It was just like, what?
Did he just snort? Wow, he just snorted. Oh my goodness, that's crazy.
Oh man, you might have to finish this segment because
all respect to Jack Campbell. All respect to Jack Campbell, linebacker out of Iowa.
Jahmyr Gibbs, what was he, number 12?
Yeah, dog.
What?
Yeah, man.
It's a special player.
All right.
Also, Jamal Williams left, and they replaced him with David Montgomery.
That's after they gave David Montgomery a multi-year deal, bro. And it's like, Jahmyr, come on down, man. At number 12.
Fun times.
The fighting, biting kneecaps of Detroit.
But with the way that they've been going, they're going to make all these decisions. We're all going to be like, what are you doing? And they're going to find a way to make it add up to more wins.
Let's hope for their sake. Let's hope.
And their quarterback is Jared Goff. I just wanted to say that.
That was unnecessary.
It was. And you know what? I did it anyway.
Completely unnecessary.
And those are the 5 worst off seasons in the NFL right here on the Get Right.
Just when we thought Detroit had some confidence about themselves, they looked around and thought it was a
running
good
back,
idea.
linebacker. Let's go. That's how you nail a first night of the draft, baby.
Relax, 214. The Lions will be better than the Cowboys.
I disagree.
Chill out.
I disagree.
We're doing a lot. Lions will be much better, not better than the Cowboys.
You should be thankful that I'm not a person who just wants to take your money because I tell you to put money on it. But that's not right.
That wouldn't be fair to you.
No.
214. Appreciate the interaction.
Always. Thanks for listening.
So Get Right with Reggie KG on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next.
Oh, let's do a little this or that. Next.
Hey, Dallas. Need a new turbocharger for your Chevy? Air conditioning compressor for your Honda? How about a power steering gearbox for your Ford? You'll find over 300,000 parts at buyautoparts.com, the best place to buy auto parts online. Whether your mechanic does the install or
as the puck drops at 7 o'clock tonight at the American Airlines Center. But right now, it's time for this.
What's happening, fellas?
Yo!
Justin, just letting you know, you're going to be a part of this. So go ahead and crack that mic, buddy. That's a very simple segment.
He looks so excited about it, too.
I tried to give him a heads up, like, yo, this is going to be happening. But I don't know that I adequately prepared you for this. Although it's a very easy segment. I will put forward a statement. And Kevin, Justin, and you, the listener, will let me know if you agree this or disagree that. Simple enough? Feel good?
Yeah.
All right. I understand. The concept is nonsense, but we do it for fun. All right. Just try. That's all. Again, the text line to get involved, 877-881-1053. And gentlemen, where do I start? How about we start this? Sometimes I'm just like finding stuff on Twitter from conversations that are had. And this is a situation that I truly hope that nobody that are here in this building and then nobody that is under the sound of my voice has to deal with. It really is. It sucks. But, sometimes people break into houses, right?
Unfortunately, from time to time.
And if you were thinking about doing that, please don't. It's a PSA from the Get Right, I guess.
Oh, sure.
But in the instance that you were in your house and somebody breaks in, I am positing that the worst thing to find yourself doing, the worst situation to find yourself in, is being in the shower. KG, this or that?
Oh, boy. That.
Okay, he just found an alternative.
I did.
All right, I kind of want to find out what Justin thinks as well. I don't want you to impact Justin's first go around on this.
Okay.
So, Justin, being in the shower is the worst situation you could find yourself in should a home intruder make their way into your home. This or that.
When I say that, it's a different situation.
It's a disagree. You feel like there's a different situation.
That.
Okay. What's going on in your brain, Justin?
Going number 2.
You just on the throne.
Which is funny because that was my first one. And then as I thought about it a little bit more, I figured that would be second for me.
Uh-huh.
Number 1 would be having relations.
Okay. Making whoopee. Fantastic.
Because now not just you are in jeopardy, but the other person is also.
There's a little bit of the same situation there. You know what I mean? You there without any level of you don't got no clothes on.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know how you do your thing.
But there's an opportunity though to spice things up a little bit.
Okay, I don't know where you're going right now. That's wild, brother.
Oh, no. You can present your manhood. You're stopping a robbery in front of your lady.
I was like, present your manhood means a lot of different things in this situation. I don't know if that's going to stop anybody.
You got to clarify a little bit
brother.
more here about what's going on. And clearly the text line is agreeing with me quite a bit.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are in that.
Yes.
The reason why I went shower in addition to this is whether you're sudsy or just water, that adds an element of you're not able to move around.
Yeah, control yourself.
Also, you're not as alert, right? Like the water, all that noise makes it harder for you to hear that things are happening. You know what I mean? Have you seen Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds, right? Where they come in with the knife in the shower. It's kind of iconic, but I also realize that I'm kind of getting old and that might not land with everybody. Anyways, the idea is you have a little less awareness, which I would hope you have a little bit more awareness while you doing that thing with whoever you're doing it with.
Why would there be any level of awareness?
He said, I'm right here in this pocket.
Come on, man.
That's crazy.
What are we doing
here? He said, I am in the zone.
I am oblivious to everything that's happening around me during that situation.
He said, I am operating right now.
There's a level of focus there that's needed.
That's good. I'm proud of you and your wife for the focus that you clearly give.
That's just in general. What are we talking about here?
Somebody said, I keep that thing with me when I'm taking a shower. Good for you, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know nothing about guns. I'm going to put that up front. That's not damaging to the gun. That's not something that we shouldn't do. That would just be my first thought. Is that
I love how he posed that question. There was a level of uncertainty there that was just wait, now how does this go?
I try
how
to
does
put,
this go?
One thing I pride myself is on this program, I don't try and be anything that I'm not.
No, for sure.
I feel like, if you got, you getting soap all up in the.
From the 817. That intruder going to have to get an ass whooping in my birthday suit.
Psycho. Sorry, not birds. Thank you.
That's an elite text, by the way. Elite text.
See,
elite text.
The problem why the reference to Alfred Hitchcock didn't land is because I picked the wrong. I said the wrong name. There I go, just getting it wrong. But I appreciate you, Tolos, for keeping me on the straight and narrow, and apparently all disagreeing that the shower is the worst place to be for an intruder. But I think you all appreciate the idea that just being in the birthday suit, a little tough to navigate in that instance. All right, let's make it a little sportsy. How about this? A little sportsy, guys?
Sure.
You guys are familiar with Devin Hester?
Mm-hmm.
Greatest return man ever.
There we go. Greatest return specialist ever is Devin Hester. So you seem to agree. This or that?
There was a question about this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's the greatest return specialist ever. Yeah, this.
Justin Honore, you agree?
Yeah, that's a this.
Can I present to you Cordero Patterson?
You could, but all right.
Would this make it easier if I don't include punt returns and I simply include kick returns?
I know what statistic you're talking about, but aesthetics?
Oh, now you're going to go to the aesthetic game on this?
Exactly.
I mean, he's right, but I want to know the statistic that you're referring to now.
All right, so let me go ahead and pull up these BK reference or football references for you, right? When we talk about kick return touchdowns in his career, Devin Hester has 5 kick return touchdowns.
Okay.
In his career, Cordero Patterson has 9 kick return touchdowns.
Okay, so almost double.
Let's see. Let me make sure I get this right. All-purpose yards when it comes to kick returns and punt returns. Cordero has damn near 13,000, 12,941. Devin Hester has about 14.5 in there.
All right.
All-purpose. And that is considering that he had 14 punt return touchdowns and had like all those. And then if we're going to talk about kick return averages also, Cordero Patterson with 29.5 yards per return on kick returns compared to Devin Hester's 24.9.
Okay, it's a little more than 5 yards.
If I'm just talking kick returns, can I sway you at all?
No.
On Cordero Patterson? Okay, no.
You know why?
Why is that?
Because had one of the greatest kick returns in the history of the game.
Antonio Cromartie? That was a punt return, but my bad.
No.
Field goal.
Oh, yeah, missed field goal. That's right.
Talk about aesthetics, too.
Yeah.
And you want to talk about aesthetics in the biggest moments of your professional life? Devin Hester took the opening kickoff of the Super Bowl.
That's fair.
Against the Indianapolis Colts back for a touchdown.
You can't beat the narrative.
Like, come on, man. Like, you decided at the biggest moment of your career, what you do best, you put on display for the entire world on the opening kickoff. Come on, man. Devin Hester.
Like the pressure of the situation. All right, so
man.
we've got some other candidates being thrown in. Deion Sanders being thrown up there. Dante Hall.
Phenomenal kick returner.
Does that move you at all?
That's number 2.
Pulls at my heartstrings because I was born and raised in Kansas City, Missouri, and I got to watch up close and personal Dante Hall do his thing. Human joystick. Incredible.
Dante Hall, 6 kick return touchdowns, 23.8 yards per return on the kick returns.
Do you a favor when you got some time tonight, YouTube Dante Hall versus the Denver Broncos in Kansas City. You will watch one of the greatest returns that you will ever see in your life. When he backed up, a good 20 yards or so and still took that thing to the house. Fantastic kick return and punt return, Dante Hall. But yeah, Devin Hester's still number 1.
I really just wanted an opportunity to talk about some punt returners.
Should be in the Hall of Fame, by the way, Devin Hester.
Yeah, let's make that happen.
It's been time for that.
They paid him as a wide receiver, knowing damn well he wasn't no wide receiver.
Not at all.
Like, it's fine.
So we just got to get the ball in his hand somehow, please.
All right. So as we move this along in this or that, I actually gave you a third one this time. You see that?
Hey, thank you. Did a little extra work on Memorial Day. How about you?
For some reason, I don't know why. Knowing me as a person, and I don't like doing work. Why would I do extra work on a holiday? I'm weird. But anyways, also speaking of weird, I had a homeboy that I was hanging out with yesterday that had not seen John Wick. And I decided to remedy that real quick. And he was like, oh, yeah, no, I'm with it. But that brought me to the idea. Keanu Reeves, the best bad actor that there is. Do you get what I'm saying there?
Yes, I do.
Like, there are some people that we know are bad actors, but like we still rock with it. Keanu Reeves, I'm saying the best of those. This or that.
I'll go that for just to have some disagreement.
Oh.
That as well.
Oh, okay. Who we thinking, gentlemen?
Nicolas Cage.
That's fair.
That's a good one. Michael B. Jordan.
Whoa!
Oh, you came from Michael B? What? You came from Michael B?
State your case, sir.
Please.
Okay. So let's be honest. What good role has Michael B. Jordan ever done?
What?
Let's be honest.
When you say good role, like what
do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
When do you say, man, that movie was just Michael B. Like, you can make the argument about Keanu Reeves, Matrix, John Wick, that he makes the movie or whatever. What movie did you walk away from saying, man, if this movie didn't have Michael B. Jordan in it, it wouldn't be good?
You realize what I'm going to say immediately is Black Panther, right? Like, that's one. And I
Come
can
on,
name,
man.
I can name something.
Are we sure?
Are we sure?
He cooked as Killmonger. And then on top of that, like, that's the one that's widely accessible. If you are here for a little recreational sadness,
please don't say Fruitvale Station.
He was so good at Fruitvale Station, dog. Come on now.
He was okay.
Now, what I thought was going to be your response was that Michael B. Jordan kind of plays the same character in all these films.
That's another reason why. And then I can't get past every single movie that he's in. He obviously be doing that screaming. The same exact face too.
Screaming.
If anything, maybe his best role might be, I don't know, like Hardball or something, or like
Keanu Hardball. God, rest in peace.
No, Michael B. Jordan.
He
Hardball.
wasn't. He was. Look at that crossover.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. Michael B. Jordan had us questioning whether or not we was on the wrong side in Black Panther. Okay? That's how much he had us out here with Killmonger doing his thing. Like, we had real thoughts. Like, was Killmonger actually right here? Like, that's how good he was in that. Now, 214, you need to relax. Matthew McConaughey is an Oscar award-winning actor. Like, let's chill.
Yeah.
Dallas Buyers Club.
He's
like, relax.
It gets into these real corny spaces sometimes, but nah, I would classify him as a good actor. Tom Cruise, I think we're doing a little much there, but I understand what you're trying to get at.
Mm-hmm.
Jean-Claude Van Damme, I don't remember enough about Jean-Claude Van Damme's movies to actually weigh in on that, but I feel like we have a good contender here. Steven Seagal. That's a fantastic answer, 214. Fantastic answer. Also, someone said Gary Busey, and Gary Busey is more of just like a punchline to me than he is an actor. I'm sorry, I can't recall the Gary Busey movies like that. But yes, thank you. William Shatner could actually act.
William Shatner was a very good actor. What do we do?
Tom Hardy plays the same person. I'll have to go back and think about that because I like Tom Hardy. Like, I like his get down, but I'm thinking I need to go back and see if that's kind of the same character over there, over and over. Robert Patterson. We'll revisit.
That's a good actor.
I was like, I think he's a good actor, but I also he don't be doing a lot, so maybe he'd be tricking us. You know what I mean? Like, maybe he's out here.
Hey, 214, you're doing quite a bit. You gonna throw Tom Hardy in there? Relax. Tom Hardy is an excellent actor.
I like Tom Hardy.
Like that movie.
Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
All right.
Good answer.
All right.
Good answer.
All right.
I will accept Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
Not necessarily wrong, but all right.
All right, and that's how we do a little this of that.
That was good. Coming up next on the Get Right. Hey, man, what the hell are the Dallas Cowboys trying to do with this offensive line? Next on the Get Right.
Hey, thanks to Rockwell Ford, it's 35 minutes of commercial-free fan and the Expressway. Sean and RJ mornings at 7:20, KNC middays at 12:20, and afternoons with G.
05 through the fan, Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula, Justin Honore with his Michael B. Jordan slander joining us here on the Get Right. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. The text line, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 if you want to get in on the conversation.
And it's still jumping with people who they feel are the best bad actors.
Y'all wilding in here, too.
Someone said Jennifer Lopez, which is why. Have you seen Enough? That's such a good film.
Have you seen Made in Manhattan?
Also fair. Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Okay.
Fair submission.
All right.
Vin Diesel.
It's all about family.
I loved him in Pitch Black, though, so I'm not sure if I want to call. And then someone from the 740 who said they tuned in late, missed the question, but the answer is always Chuck Norris.
Oh, Chuck Norris. The Chuck Norris jokes over the years have been incredible. But yeah, some of y'all are here tripping. Like, for example, because we'll get to the Cowboys here in a second because talk about a joke right now. Whatever they're doing with the offensive line seems to be turning into that in some ways. From 940, they said John Cena, best bad actor out there. First of all, let's put some respect on John Cena.
Pretty good.
He's actually a pretty damn good actor. If you've seen Peacemaker, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Ryan Gosling?
And I don't think he falls in that range of bad actors. Also, if he was a bad actor, are we going to call him the best bad actor? Because I don't know if I want to do
yeah.
I wouldn't go into him. At least in my mind, the way that I classify the bad actors is like, I would watch him be bad as entertainment.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, because I've had friends get together and watch Ghost Rider. You remember Ghost Rider with Nick Cage?
Nick Cage, that's right.
We've watched that and just cracked jokes. I was like, oh yeah, no, that's elite level bad acting.
And I wasn't necessarily watching Nick Cage for Nick Cage. You know what I mean?
Apparently, a lot of people aren't doing that right now. You saw the Renfield numbers.
Oh, they were that awful?
They're so bad.
It looked like a goofy concept from the beginning.
Which I thought that, they're playing into the idea. Maybe it works. Doesn't seem like it's working.
682, put some respect on Ryan Reynolds. Good actor. Y'all are doing a lot. Not Seth Rogen's 817.
586, Keanu Reeves. There you go. See what I said? I said what I said.
All right, I got to answer this one because we're going to talk about Cowboys.
We need to talk about the Cowboys,
I know,
KG.
but the 469, really? Samuel L. Jackson?
Oh, don't do that.
What are we doing here?
Don't do that.
Let's talk about the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all about to make me mad.
Yep.
The Cowboys apparently trying some quote-unquote out-of-the-box ideas, maybe, when it comes to them and their offensive line, because Michael Gelkin of the Dallas Morning News, in his latest piece here, quote, why the Cowboys' problem sorting out starter at left guard is, quote-unquote, great for Dallas.
Huh. Okay, I'm listening.
The Cowboys are sorting through who their primary left guard will be in 2023. A noticeably leaner Terrence Steele, who apparently is down from the 320s to about 312 now these days. So a svelte Terrence Steele running around out here.
Wait a minute. All right, so we're saying Terrence still got lighter, and you're still about to say the thing that they... Keep going. I'm going to allow you to get to that point before I lose it.
The Cowboys are sorting through who their primary left guard will be in 2023. A noticeably leaner Steele is, quote, an out-of-the-box option they have considered. But no such move has yet been made. Until he is told otherwise, Steele is focused on rehabbing toward a return to right tackle while others compete at left guard.
So they want to take a dude who has gotten lighter and put him inside?
Right now, as you look at, so the Cowboys are proceeding with what they consider their strongest available combination, which is Tyler Smith at left tackle, a Matt Farniok-led rotation at left guard, Tyler Biadasz at center, Zach Martin at right guard, and Tyron Smith at right tackle.
Which, I mean, Tyron Smith is a Hall of Fame caliber tackle, obviously at left tackle.
Where?
At left tackle.
Thank you.
But you give him an opportunity to have a full offseason of work at right tackle. And so the idea is maybe that a good amount of that translates to the right, and then you just got a very high-level right tackle. I understand why you've had these conversations about him and Terrence Steele. Chuma Udoka got to look around like, oh, so y'all just don't like me at all. Like, y'all just signed him. Obviously, the idea could have been you sign him entirely as a depth proposition. They must really like what they've got out of Matt Farniok because, just constantly, name keeps getting brought up. Face keeps brought up. Like, it feels like they really like that cat, or maybe they're just, I don't understand, especially from a coaching staff that dogged us, the media, when we were talking about, well, what do you do? What if you move this around? What if, well, we don't want to play fantasy football. And here we are.
How about that?
Talking about Terrence Steele.
How about that?
Who played incredible at the right tackle spot. We were very, and like the idea of tackle is that you have a little bit more athleticism and flexibility, and guard is where you can be bigger, badder, stronger, and then just kind of use that. And they're like, let's take a more lean guy and move him inside. I just do not understand. Do you have some level of understanding to impart to me, KG? Because I'm very confused.
First of all, no.
Okay.
Number two, I'm so bothered by this because let's try to take, the several layers of this and try to break this down as best we can. Number one, the idea is to put your best 5 offensive linemen on the field. And again, we're looking at best case scenario when these players are healthy. The best 5 that you can put out there right now at their best positions: Tyron Smith at left tackle, Tyler Smith at left guard, Tyler Biadasz at center, Zach Martin at right guard, Terrence Steele at right tackle. Again, we're talking about at best case scenario when these players are healthy. And I know people will jump on this text line right now and say, well, Kevin, Tyron Smith hasn't been healthy and played a full season in the past 6-7 years.
Which is true.
Which is factually true.
Mm-hmm.
But again, we go back to this. Who are the best 5 that you want on the field right now? And if you tell me if the Cowboys love positional flex and value, you can, with Tyler Smith right now, have him play left guard while you have Tyron Smith as your left tackle. Will he get injured? History says yes, which means you should feel good that you can have Tyler Smith as your left guard, slide out to left tackle, and you not miss a beat.
Yeah.
And then Chuma Udoka could be there at left guard, or Farniok could be there.
On the text line, they're reminding us Big Ten offensive lineman.
Yeah, at left guard, and still keep the continuity of Biadasz, Martin, and Steele when he's healthy, because Terrence Steele, to the point of one of the texters here, has said, look, Terrence Steele is on pace to get a massive deal as a right tackle. Terrence Steele, one of the best right tackles in the game, again, when healthy. So what I am so confused by is the idea that you're going to play experimentation with this offensive line when you told me your best offensive line includes Tyron Smith in it, because let's look at the contract that Tyron Smith has going into his final year here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? 1 year, $6 million, $17 million max.
Yeah.
That breaks down to this. $3 million bonus, base salary $3 million guaranteed, which means my man has to play to get paid this year.
Yes.
He gets a $1 million bonus for hitting 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90% of the snaps this year. And then you get other incentives as you get into the playoffs and win playoff games, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and it'd be real nasty work if he, you have those negotiations. He's like, all right, I'll do this for you. And then you don't give him the opportunity to go earn that money.
And then not have him do it at his best position, which is left tackle. That's the part where there's so many things that I'm confused by here. And the idea put forward that has been talked about by the Cowboys apparently is that Terrence Steele could be an out-of-the-box option at left guard. That does not make any sense to me whatsoever.
And a fair argument is coming in on the text line right now from the 682. You're setting Dak up for failure. And they're taking this from a different perspective because they're like, so you can get rid of him, which I think is stupid, personally. Just my opinion. That's fine. But I think more importantly is that you're not giving yourself the best opportunity to succeed, which isn't that the objective here, right? Give yourself the best opportunity to succeed. I wonder how much of this is we are going through, like, we're going to consider every situation. And so, like, we're going through all of the least likely solutions just for them to come back to what is the most likely solution, which it seems like a no-brainer. It seems like the common sense solution. put the guy who has already played some left guard and seemed like he was capable of handling it and has the size and the power to play left guard, and let the guys who have played the tackle positions that they've played previously play those positions again, and then have everything go with the least amount of rejiggering and moving around.
Yes.
How much of this is just like it's that time of year where we're going to talk about all the permutations before we set it back to what is ultimately going to be the most logical, I guess, from my perspective, answer.
Well, and that's true that this will be a conversation that continues to go on, but I go back to this then. You decided not to address with significant capital the left guard spot because you decided in the first round to go with a defensive tackle in Mozzie Smith. No harm, no foul there. That's fine. When you decided not to do that, you put yourself in a position where you have to utilize the resources that you're there. And again, if we're talking about best five, you told me that Tyron Smith was a part of this because if you wanted to start Tyler Smith at left tackle and him being the left tackle of the future for now and into the future, you would have moved on from Tyron Smith. Somebody jumped into my mentions and said, this is the Dallas media and others who don't want to see Tyron Smith be moved off from when it comes to starting the future of Tyler Smith at left tackle. No, that's the Cowboys who don't want to move off of Tyron Smith, because if they were true to the idea that Tyler Smith needs to get the positional reps now as your starting left tackle for now and in the future, you move on from Tyron Smith. But they didn't, and they gave him an incentive-based contract to where he has to play to get paid, which means they still feel he's part of the best lineup that they could put out there in their offensive line, which is why I'm thoroughly confused at the idea that they would try to consider anything else than having Tyler Smith play left guard based on your situation right now. That's the part where I don't understand that at.
I don't know. I'm consigning myself to the idea that this is just all the scuttlebutt. These are the wildest thoughts that they have in their mind, and that eventually we'll get to the place where they will make what I think we both believe is the right decision and settle this down with an easier permutation that puts Tyler Smith at left guard.
Who's the starting five then? If we start week one today, who's your starting five on the offensive line?
I mean, I believe it's the same one that you've laid out, which is Tyron Smith at left tackle, Tyler Smith at left guard, Tyler Biotish at center, Zach Martin right guard, Terrence Steele at right tackle. Obviously, assuming that Terrence Steele is ready to go, which it seems like he probably will be.
Yeah. That's the way I would go. But the way I think this line is going to look when we get to week one, I think they will have Tyler Smith at left guard.
At left tackle?
Or left tackle, excuse me. Whomever at left guard.
Let's say Farniok.
We'll go with Farniok.
Mm-hmm.
Biotis at center. Martin at
right guard.
Tyron Smith.
And then Terrence Steele as your swing tackle.
Yeah, which I think is a massive mistake on my mind.
I can see that happening.
That's the way I think they're going to line up week one. I don't think they should do that, but that's what I think they're going to line up with. I don't get it. But again, you're right. We're going to be talking about this quite a bit throughout the course of the offseason, but obviously that's the reporting coming from Michael Gelkin of the Dallas Morning News that Terrence Steele has been considered an out-of-the-box option at left guard for the Dallas Cowboys.
It feels like they're making it harder than it needs to be.
Completely. That's all that boils down. They're making this much harder than what it needs to be. Shout out to the Cowboys for doing that, I guess. It's to Get Right or Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to go inside the gray area where, of course, there is no gray area. Do that next on the Get Right.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way. Turn it on, leave it on. The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Okay, I want to tell you about D&M Leasing, though. I'm excited.
Odyssey and the Odyssey app. The text line 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 if you want to get in on the conversation. Coming up here in about 15 minutes, we will get you ready for Stars in Game 6 at the American Airlines Center. If you're heading to the AAC right now, appreciate you being tuned in with us as you make your way to the American Airlines Center, where it's going to be very loud inside that building. The puck drops at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock as the Stars look to stave off elimination.
Stave.
One more time, and to do so in front of the home crowd at the AAC. At Kevin Gray Sports, at Reg Attitula if you want to get at us on Twitter. Before we go inside the gray area real quick, I want to address this text here because we were talking about the Cowboys offensive line and the idea that Terrence Steele may be a, quote, out-of-the-box option at left guard. And from the 254, my worry about Tyron at tackle is injuries, so we're just moving Tyler back and forth again. Well, let's just go down that rabbit hole real quick. Let's say Tyron Smith is your starting right tackle this season. And if you're concerned about injury, let's say he gets hurt playing right tackle. In this scenario, Tyler Smith is your left tackle. Terrence Steele gets reinserted as your right tackle in this case. So once Tyron Smith gets healthy, are you really about to be in a position, if you're going to keep Tyler Smith as your left tackle, are you really about to tell a guy who's going to the Hall of Fame as a left tackle, hey, Tyron, you're our swing tackle now for the rest of the season? I don't think the Cowboys are in a position to tell Tyron Smith that, especially when you gave him an incentive-based deal to where he has to play to get paid. I simply don't see that scenario happening. So again, the best five I'm running out there: Tyron at left tackle, Tyler Smith at left guard, Biadasz at center, Martin at right guard, Terrence Steele when he's healthy at right tackle, and keep it moving from there. So we'll see. But again, Cowboys will have their own ideas on what they want to do. And that's why they pay Mike Solari and, the offensive line coach and all those people to figure that out. That's why they're getting paid the big bucks and not necessarily me. Let's go inside the gray area here on the Get Right as oh, look at you. Got the original gray area music here.
So now we just doing bits from the 2-1-4. Put Tyron at left guard. He's strong enough.
I'm not even. Anyway, thank you for your participation, 214, though. Thank you.
Put Kevontae Turpin at guard.
Love Kevontae Turpin said, I'm not fair catching a damn thing.
I mean, Kelvin Joseph already moved to safety. He can move to guard.
The headline goes like this, gentlemen, because, of course, Florida. Florida man loses arm after being attacked by an alligator behind a bar.
I've seen this video.
There's a video?
Yes.
Because, again, Florida.
Is it like surveillance video or somebody with a camera?
It's the aftermath.
Oh, no. That's the part that I don't want to see.
A Florida man is lucky to be alive after having his arm amputated above the elbow following an alligator attack behind a bar in Port Charlotte, Florida.
Did the gator tell him he wanted to take it out back? I don't understand.
Wow. Out back? Really? All right. The alligator attack occurred in the early hours of Sunday morning behind Bandinos Bar in Port Charlotte, about 30 minutes south of Sarasota. There are typically less than one unprovoked attacks by alligators on humans each year in Florida. Attacks by alligators on humans are very rare. Even rarer are attacks of this nature where someone has to have their arm amputated.
Wait, go back. Can you just run that back right quick? Did they make sure to add the idea of unprovoked? Like, if you got attacked by an alligator, you was doing something. Is that basically what they were saying in the story there?
It appears so.
Okay, fantastic.
And I'm sorry, I had to address this because what are we doing? For the 940, I don't know if Tyron is a Hall of Famer. Played a full season 4 times in his career. What? Tyron Smith had his ticket punched to Canton, what, 5 years ago? We don't have to do that 940. Tyron Smith is a definite Hall of Famer. Arguably the best left tackle that the Cowboys have had in franchise history.
I mean, usually one of the things that you can use as a barometer for making the Hall of Fame is making an all-decades team. 2010s, all-decades team.
Hall of Famer.
2-time All-Pro, 8-time Pro Bowler. That usually will.
On lock.
Yeah,
that's a lock. Todd Dunn, a Charlotte County Fire and EMS spokesperson, said the, quote, responding crew treated a male patient who had an above-the-elbow amputation of his upper right extremity. Bystanders applied a tourniquet to the patient before we arrived, end quote. I don't know if they're trolling 469, but I appreciate the sentiment. The alligator was determined to be a 10-foot,
oh my God,
5-inch gator in the pond behind Banditos Bar. A press release from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, say that 10 times fast,
can't,
says the 10-plus foot alligator was captured and, quote, humanely killed after the attack.
Oh, man, well, I mean, can't really have the gators out here attacking folks now, can we?
In December, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission published a facts sheet on, quote, human alligator incidents. The gist is attacks of this nature are incredibly rare, not only in Florida, but everywhere alligators are present. Rare or not, this must have been a waking nightmare for the man who was attacked, obviously.
Yeah.
According to a report in USA Today, emergency services were called into the bar around 1:40 a.m. Sunday morning. 2 a.m. is closing time at Banditos.
Okay, Sunday morning. Sorry, I thought 1:40 on a Sunday. What are you doing? But I was like, that's Saturday night. Okay. I was like, if you out here late on a Sunday, I don't know if is that even fair to judge people on that? Like late on a Sunday, it feels weird. But I was just like, you out late on a Sunday, asking for trouble. I don't know why my brain went there.
But yeah, 2 a.m. is closing time in Banditos, so the incident likely occurred at or around last call, just as the Saturday night crowd was preparing to head home.
Do we have any idea what he was doing out back? Because like in my mind, like it's out back is like an alley or whatever, not somewhere behind the building where you should be hanging out.
He's using the restroom.
They don't got restrooms?
Okay. Probably a long line. 140.
Okay. And the gator got his arm, not his leg.
Right, got his arm.
So I'm like, I'm not trying to blame the dude, right? I have no idea what happened.
Sounds like
but I quite literally have no idea what happened. I'm like, how did the gator get your arm before your leg? Like
I think it's okay to blame the dude.
Oh, really?
All right, we're gonna get some victim blaming here.
Wow,
Okay, Justin, go ahead.
Please explain.
In Florida.
You live in Florida? That's good enough?
You live in Florida.
He's like, that's a pre-existing condition. You live in Florida.
Shouldn't there be
on the handbook on moving to Florida is...
There should be an understanding.
Oh, I like what you did there.
That's
understood,
right.
understanding.
That's
All
right.
right.
That if you're going to go by a body of water, there's a possibility there might be a gator in there.
The logic is logicking right now. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Wait. But the idea that said alligator would pop up behind your bar?
Like a hungry hippo?
Like
it's probably like if you see the video, it's like in a swamp. So
where the bar is located?
I don't know about the bar, but where they found the dude.
Oh, okay.
He's like in like a marsh area that looks like a gator would hang out in. So
wrong place, wrong time for the human.
If the line is that long, it's 140. Go ahead and just pee your pants, man.
Wow.
Whoa.
That's the solution.
Wow.
You're waiting in line or pee your pants because you can go home after that, but now you don't have an arm.
So you're weighing the options here.
Yeah.
That was
wet pants
way too
versus,
matter of fact.
Yeah, like that's
way too matter of fact.
Wow. Like he said, forget the embarrassment.
Justin
of everything
said,
else.
I have no sympathy.
None.
That's wild.
Wow.
He was like, hey man, if it walked like a duck, quacked like a duck, it's like, look man, this is gator territory, dog.
Well, shout out to the bar patrons. The bar patrons slowed the bleeding by creating a tourniquet.
Sure.
Upon arrival, the first responders had to immediately perform the above the elbow amputation to save his life.
So
they had to do that sight on scene?
That's
now that's crazy.
I'm telling you, the thing is like completely off.
Usually you can, get this thing to the hospital, but they was like, no, actually, we got to save his life now. Cut the thing off.
The Gator went wild. I'm just like, why are we so close to the Gator situation? And I understand like the Gators can move around. It's not like, but the problem is I don't have enough of a visual of the landscape. Like, was out back, like you walk out the door and there's a pond right here? Or is there like enough distance where, you had to traverse a little bit, or the Gator had to traverse a little bit? I don't know.
I got you.
Okay, thank you, please.
The victim was then flown by helicopter to the Gulf Coast Hospital in Fort Myers. Okay. Now, the bar where the alligator attack occurred sits on a pond and is across the street from a Publix. That's a grocery store.
Yeah, Publix are everywhere, though. Supposedly have really good sandwiches, too. That's, oof.
It is in close proximity to the El Jobin Bridge.
Sure.
A popular fishing spot where the Mayaca River meets Charlotte Harbor.
Not sure you said those right, but that's fine. Because I don't know the pronunciation either. I can't get mad at you.
For the 940, Justin thinks like me. Don't want to chance a gator or a shark. Stay away from them.
I mean,
all right.
Don't have to get ready if you stay ready, but I just feel bad. Like usually I could be like, find some funny in it. I just feel bad.
I'm still
about
tripping
the whole
out at the
situation.
idea that they said sight on scene, the arm got to go. Like that decision was made right then and there. That in order to save his life, arm got to go.
Well, I'm not an emergency medical, whatever. I don't know what EMT stands for. Sorry. But I'm not an EMT. I was about to say technician, but I was like, I'm not even sure that's the right word. I could Google it right now, but I feel like you guys listening will enjoy it more if I sound stupid. So I hope you enjoyed that. But yeah, no, the EMT, I'm gonna trust their judgment here, I guess.
Yep, same.
But that speaks to just how gnarly the event was. That's just tough. I just feel bad for the guy.
That's your trip inside the gray area where all of us still have our arms at this point.
Fried chicken at Publix is fire. Thank you. Come on, stop acting like you guys are from another planet. He was drunk. Drunk folks found in dumb places do dumb things. It's possible, but I wasn't there. I
wasn't there either.
Giving him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt here. I don't know what could have happened there. He might have been drunk and wandered into the wrong place. Yes, it's a possibility.
Now, Justin, on the other hand,
also a wild animal might have done some wild animal stuff because we as human beings built our stuff a little too close to their habitat. That's also a possibility that I'm trying to leave room for.
It's the Get Right with Reggie KG here on 105 through the Fan. Gentlemen, the captain is on the ice.
With his hair all slick, too.
Jamie Benn is ready to make his return. 3 keys for the Stars to stave off elimination.
Stave it.
Tonight at the AAC. We talk about it next on the Get Right.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
Babbel's interactive lessons are created by real language teachers and voiced by real native speakers using a modern conversation-based method. So in no time, you can start speaking confidently about real-life topics.
is the biggest story of tonight's game. Ben's return. Of course, in 82 games during the regular season, 33 goals, 45 assists, and 11 points in 16 games during these Stanley Cup playoffs. Of course, it was his cross-check, though, that led to his suspension for games 4 and 5. But now he has a chance at redemption as he comes back with his Stars. This is going to be cut number 1. Emily Kaplan of ESPN describing what Jamie Ben's return means for the Stars through their eyes. Take a listen.
Well, Jay, something that I heard the guys say at a time when everyone was counting them out was a motivation for us is just to extend the series so our captain season does not have to end this way. Jamie has been around the team during his suspension. He made the trip to Vegas, but as his coach Pete DeBoer said, he is not a good spectator. DeBoer said he is an angry bear walking around just waiting to get back in. To that point at morning skate today, Jamie Benn was the first guy on the ice. So there's a level of intensity they expect from their captain as he returns here at home. And there's 2 other reasons that the team feels really confident. One, for a large part of the series, they were only getting scoring from their top line led by Jason Robertson. The secondary scoring stepped up. And 2, their top defensive stars. Number 1 defenseman Miro Heiskanen wasn't at his best in Game 1. Goalie Jake Ottinger had been shaky at times. But as DeBoer said, those 2 guys, they don't have 2 bad games in a row. And they're now showing the consistency and excellence that the team believes can force a Game 7.
Well, there you go. What I gather from that is it is going to be a true, pure team effort tonight. All hands on deck. And it doesn't get much better than the return of your captain to help you out in Game 6.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you were missing 2 of your better forwards, and one of those comes back. Interested to see what Pete DeBoer does with the lines. Because, I mean, I've heard credible folks discuss, like, I don't even know what the right word is, but, like, you know, you've gotten, like Emily was mentioning there in that audio, you've gotten some good effort from some of your deeper lines or from your, you know, lower down lines. And so which of those guys do you then, you know, take back out of what I would guess would call the rotation, and, you know, to get that ice time back to the captain. So I'm interested to see what the decision making is there. Also, as this continues, like the series continues, and the tactics, the back and forth continues, because we've seen Pete DeBoer make some adjustments that have helped the offense get significantly better, and we'll talk more about that here, I believe, with this next thing that needs to happen for your Stars.
Number 2 being the Dallas forecheck and Vegas breakout. Turnovers have been the story, especially in Game 5, where Vegas had 24 giveaways in Game 5, largely due to the terrific forecheck of the Dallas Stars.
Yeah, the Stars have been much more aggressive since going down 3-0 in that way, and it shows up in high danger shots. Like, because one of the things, again, coming into the series, we were talking about special teams. We were talking about power plays and the ways in which Vegas seems to not do well on the penalty kill, and the Stars have been very good on power plays. And so, you know, that was where I anticipated this being good for the Stars, and we hadn't necessarily seen that early on, but when it comes to 5-on-5 play, it was like, all right, we'll see what the Stars do. In those first few games, games 1 through 3, the Stars averaged 6 high danger shots per game in 5-on-5 play. Since then, in games 4 and 5, 15 high danger shots in 5-on-5. They just pepper the net, man. Like, give yourself an opportunity, and it's a simple numbers game. Higher volume gives you a better opportunity of scoring, and I think that's what we've seen in the uptick in scoring for the Stars. And of course, a lot of that starts with the the high forecheck for the Dallas Stars.
Well, this is about a level of desperation and the ability to take some of those high danger shots. It makes a lot of sense because, look, what you got to lose at this point? Keeping up the pressure on the Vegas Golden Knights and forcing the issue is going to be something I think that has to continue tonight for the Stars, and how much pressure they're able to get, how much zone time they're able to get within the Vegas Knights, zone there is going to be huge. So, and
making it more difficult for Vegas to get out of their defensive zone. Like, I think that's been something that we've seen kind of shift as well. That's what I've heard, at least, is that we've seen the Vegas have more issues getting out of the defensive zone, which keep it in that on that side of the ice. Give yourself an opportunity to score goals, obviously win the game.
Third key tonight coming from NHL.com when it comes to how this will be won for the Stars taking on the Golden Knights. Their head coach for the Vegas Golden Knights talking about it being a slot battle series. It goes like this. Dallas scored 3 goals in the slot in Game 5. Glendening deflected a point shot. Forward Jason Robertson chopped at a puck in the thicket of sticks and bodies. And forward Ty Dellandrea banged in a loose puck in front of the net. Finding ways to get deflections and put pressure on Hill at the net.
Yeah, and Hill had been pretty good early on in the series. Make it more difficult for him. And that's like the simplest portions of this, which is the portions that I can speak of. It seems very evident. Make it more difficult on their goalie who had been playing well. Give yourself a lot of opportunities to score the puck. Like that seems like the best way to do this. Now, of course, it's easy to break it down in those terms, but it seems like the more difficult tactical portions of this, Pete DeBoer has had answers for. And so hopefully whatever adjustments that the Vegas Golden Knights might make, Pete DeBoer has already seen ahead of. And so now we'll get to this opportunity to hopefully force a decisive Game 7. And right now, the odds are saying it's in favor of the Dallas Stars, are they not?
Yeah, Stars are the favorite tonight. The over under 5.5 goals. Look, we've been talking about throughout the course of these playoffs that the Stars ultimately could not get where they wanted to go without Jason Robertson stepping up and putting the puck in the back of the net. He is doing that in this series and has done so much better. So, look, it's going to be interesting to watch to see how much pressure the Stars put on the Vegas Golden Knights from the outset of this game. What the first 5 to 7 minutes tells us about how the mindset of the Stars team will look. Again, I think there's going to be a huge emotional lift with Jamie Benn coming back tonight, which is going to be something special for this crowd to see. I'm sure the crowd will be in it and will be loud all night long at the AAC. So hopefully the Stars team can feed off the crowd and be able to put themselves in a position to get this thing back to Game 7 in Vegas.
And it seems like someone is saying that Marchman is back in and Olofsson is the scratch. Olofsson has come in and really been a spark on the fourth line, when he's had to fill in. But it seems like Marchman, who has had a little, he's had some struggles in these playoffs, they're going to stand by their guy and have him remain in this game. So I'm really interested in how this thing goes tonight. Obviously, just hoping for a win. That's all.
I'm going to take the Stars. I love the aggressiveness of which this team has played with. You've gotten some, unexpected play in terms of goal scoring from Dellandrea in game number 5. I mean, his 2 goals. I mean, if you had told me that Ty Dellandrea was going to come in one of these games and be able to not only score twice, but also be the guy that decides one of these games, not a lot of Stars fans would have had that on the cards. But that's what happened in Game 5. So Stars force a Game 7 in my mind tonight.
I'm here for it. Let's do it, man.
The puck drops at the top of the hour at the American Airlines Center, where your Dallas Stars are trying to even up a series in which they were down 3-0. Meanwhile, the Vegas Golden Knights trying to cap off what has been a spectacular season for them and trying to do so on the road. The puck drops at 7 o'clock at the American Airlines Center. Stars, Vegas Golden Knights. Game 7 could be upon us if the Stars get it done at the AAC. It's to Get Right. We're Reggie KG right here on 105 through the Fan. Again, appreciate you joining us here on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. Those who are making their way to the AAC, getting ready for what could be a spectacular night on home ice for the Stars. Coming up next year on the Get Right, though, we get you caught up on the latest headlines on this Memorial Day, including the good guys getting it done on the road against Detroit. We'll talk about it all next on 105 through the Fan.
The more you listen, the harder we grind.
105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula, Justin Honore, hold it down for you here on this Memorial Day edition of The Get Right. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. The text line 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 if you want to get in on the conversation. The puck is about to drop at the American Airlines Center where the Stars look to stave off elimination. In game number 6, it is the return of the captain, Jamie Benn, after his 2-game suspension. He is back to help the Stars try to extend this series to a decisive Game 7, which would be back in Las Vegas, at Kevin Gray Sports, at Reg Atatula, if you want to get at us on Twitter. That is how we kick off your headlines on this Monday here, where we remember those who paid the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our country on this Memorial Day. We hope that you are enjoying it safely and soundly, however and wherever you may be on this Monday, as the Stars get ready to drop the puck at the AAC. In half an hour from now, the Boston Celtics will look to complete history tonight as they are trying to come back from their own 0-3 deficit. Boston, Reg, is a 7-point favorite at home at TD Garden in Game 7 against the Miami Heat, where
almost strikes you like it's thought that they're the better team. What's funnier? Because again, I kind of live my life in a place of Schadenfreude at times. Probably, maybe not the best thing, but it is. It is what it is. What's funnier? The Heat giving up a 3-0 lead, or the Celtics doing all of that to fight back just to lose at home in Game 7?
Oh, the Celtics doing all this and then losing at home in Game 7. Okay. Which gets us to this conversation since we're here. Actually, I'll save that. Never mind. I'll save that for next segment, actually. When we get into our prediction of who will win the game between the Heat and the Celtics. Because there's been a conversation today around whether or not, if the Celtics are able to get this done, if it's the greatest comeback in the history of the NBA. We'll dive more into that here coming up in about 18 minutes or so. But yeah, that's how tonight sets up. 3-3 tie at TD Garden. Tip-off at 7:30. There have been 150 instances where a team has tried to come back from an 0-3 deficit.
This will be 150. This will be the 151st.
That's right. And for the first time in NBA history, the team that has come back from the 0-3 deficit to even force a Game 7 will have Game 7 on their home floor. Boston's known to do a little bit of comebacking in the years past.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
I made that up.
Sure.
That's right. The 0-4 Boston Red Sox coming back from 3 games to none to defeat the New York Yankees in the 2004 American League Championship Series. The New England Patriots overcoming a 28-3 deficit in the Super Bowl to beat the Atlanta Falcons. If there's any city that knows about coming back in championship situations, it is Boston. They'll look to add another piece of lore to that tonight. Again, tip-off at 7:30. The good guys, though, your Texas Rangers get it done today on the road against the Detroit Tigers. Let's start here with cut number 14, Justin. Corey Seager has been on one since returning from the IL on May 17th, and he continued his torrid streak today.
All right, here's Corey Seager hitting one high and deep to right field. McKinstry going back. It's turned around. Doesn't matter. It's gone. Corey Seager with a rainbow shot of a home run to right. His 5th dinger of the year. Now we've got some runs. Texas 3, Detroit nothing.
Matt Hicks on the call on the Louisiana Hot Sauce Rangers Radio Network. That 3-run home run in the top of the 5th inning gave the Texas Rangers a lead that they would not look back from. And in fact, cut number 19, Corey Seager wasn't done as he added to the lead for the Texas Rangers.
The 1-0. Corey rips one to right field. That one is sinking, and McKinstry has to play it on a hop. Tavares scores from third. Another RBI for Corey. Rangers lead is 5-0.
And that will be the final score. Corey Seager on the day 2 for 5 with that home run that you heard and 4 RBI and a run scored. Nathan Eovaldi goes 5 innings, 4 hits, 0 earned runs, 4 strikeouts. And the bullpen, Reg.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got to give a shout out.
Contributed with 4 scoreless innings today. Rangers now 34-19. And yes, to the point of the 817.
Shout out to the Minnesota Twins.
That's right. The Houston Astros lost today
they
as well.
downed the Houston Astros in 10 innings, 7-5, and that gives the Texas Rangers, your Texas Rangers, a 3-game lead in the AL West, about a third of the way through the season. So, hey man, early on the thought was, we'll see. And the Astros were injured and started slow. They've had an opportunity to heat up a little bit, but still can't catch up to the pace of the Texas Rangers at this point. So feels good, feels great. And I guess as Jared Sandler would say, today's a good day.
Today was a good day. Yeah, the Twins defeat the Astros 7-5 in 10 innings. Meanwhile, your Rangers get the 5-0 win. Nathan Eovaldi moves now to 7-2 on the season with a 2.42 ERA for your Texas Rangers. Since Corey Seager has returned from the IL on May 17th, there is no player in Major League Baseball who has more RBI in that span than your very own Corey Seager, playing some terrific baseball right now, as the Rangers will send Martin Perez to the mound tomorrow in game 2 of this 3-game series. First pitch at 5:40 as the Rangers continue their road trip.
All right, so a few things. First one is Rangers Tigers related. It's not about the game, but our friend Jared Sandler, who was on the call, Comerica Park, where the Tigers play.
That's right.
They have a freezer of frozen grapes. And Jared, apparently that's his favorite thing, is frozen grapes. So he was just eating a mess of them. He ate not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 cups of frozen grapes. That's too much sugar, isn't it?
Oh, that's doing a lot.
Well, that's too much. I understand. It's healthy sugar. It's natural sugar. But it's too much. It's too much, is it not? Do we have to be concerned about our friend Jared?
Yes.
Okay. I sent him a text already, hey, man.
Okay, first of all, gentlemen, help me out. The concept of frozen grapes, number one. How does that work?
I don't know. I sincerely don't know.
Yeah, I don't. Wait, say it again.
Maybe it's the water.
Yeah, no,
but
you
wash it and then you put it
on the outside
in the freezer.
I don't know.
Yeah, Tex, I need you to help me out here. 877-881-1053. The concept of frozen grapes.
I feel like we should just call Jared.
How does that work? No, Jared's probably trying to, get some rest or something.
Probably getting excited for this Stars game.
That too.
Last time we tried to call him and the Stars were on, it was a little tough. He sounded gassed. He sounded like he was out there skating.
Let's rank PK Subban's fit tonight.
Scale 1 to 10?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we have to wait for him to come back on the screen.
As soon as I said it, it cut away.
What is this? A robin's egg blue?
A little baby blue here.
But it's not like a suit with normal lapel and everything.
Mm-hmm.
This is just like a jacket.
I do like what Mark Messier's got going on there. Got the
three-piece suit.
Yeah, the three-piece. I kind of like what he's got going on there.
I do appreciate a good 3-piece suit every once in a while. The biggest thing about a suit, as I give an entirely off-topic
no, please do.
PSA. Obviously, you would like an expensive suit. You don't have to have an expensive suit. You just have to have it tailored. More important than anything is the fit.
That's good life advice. You
can get a relatively cheap suit as long as it looks decent construction.
Mm-hmm.
Get that thing tailored up to fit you right.
Yeah,
you be looking swell.
Because nothing says unseriousness like an
ill-fitting suit.
Yes,
looking like you wearing your daddy suit.
Yeah,
that's tough.
Yeah, if you can. Make sure you get your measurements and everything, so it's tapered and,
I'm going to give the Subban fit a nice 7.
A 7? Yeah, I can't decide what kind of shirt is that a...
I also wonder if I get a better look at it, if that'll help me out. But it seems like our text line is coming to help us. As you guys always do. We appreciate you getting involved. Frozen grapes are delicious. They're just cold and crunchy. They're fine.
Okay.
Frozen cotton candy grapes are fire. Well, I mean, that's just the cotton candy grapes. Are you familiar with the cotton candy grape?
No, I'm not.
I believe that it's genetically modified, but correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it's genetically modified to just have like a higher sugar content, so they taste kind of like cotton candy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then as we were doing shout outs in the middle of headlines, shout out to everybody that was cooking for the cookout, right? If you got on the grill or if you got on, you know what I mean? Like if you were in the kitchen or whatever you might do, the crawfish boil, the catfish fry,
barbecuing,
whatever
you was doing.
If you were cooking, bravo to you. Cause this is, I don't want to say this is like an elite eating holiday, but it's a pretty solid eating holiday.
It's up there. It's kind of the unofficial, mark of summer as well.
Yes.
Is Memorial Day.
I almost wore pants and I was like, boy, it's Memorial Day. If you don't wear some shorts.
Yeah, you're tripping. So let me ask you, you're the MVP of your barbecue, outdoor gathering, whatever you get together, whatever you want to call it. You're the MVP of that event if you bring what?
Ooh, this is a good question. I mean, I feel like I was about to say high quality, like
spirits or liqueurs or whatever.
No, I was gonna say high quality beef or pork or whatever I was about to say a different word, but I was like, I'm not trying to get clipped today. Sorry. Okay. So yeah, I feel like that probably because like cups.
Okay, cups. Okay.
It can't be cups. Can't be ice. It can't be like.
Why can't it be ice?
We gonna send somebody to get ice when we get here.
But why would you want to have to send somebody to go get that?
Because we need it to be cold. We don't need you to bring it ahead of time and it half melted before we even get to what we need to do.
Okay. All right.
I think if you're the elite preparer, like, so if we're talking about bringing, if you could bring the potato salad, like if we trust you to bring the potato salad.
I'm saying now, let's put caveat on that.
That's the point. If there's one of the high value sides or something that we can't trust everybody to make, and we can trust you to make it, and it doesn't even have to be a side. Like some people are like, yo, I make a great rum punch or something or whatever. If you are the person that has that, you're the MVP.
Okay. Justin,
specialty item.
You have a vote. If you're the MVP of your gathering, barbecue, get together. If you bring what?
If you bring your grilling skills.
No, wait, what?
What's that? I said if you bring your grilling skills. So if you the man behind the grill or the woman behind the grill.
No. If you're coming to said person's event.
I know.
Yeah, but what is you gonna knock the person off the grill?
Yeah,
that's a whole different level.
Yeah, like is that what you're gonna do?
No. See, I view it as why not have multiple people of expertise collaborating?
Because people don't like backseat drivers.
That is true.
Especially when you're talking about operating on their grill. Like that's like persona non grata right there. Like, you can't,
how about this?
You can't operate on their grill.
Text line 817 says a good dessert for sure. Like you bring a cheesecake.
Ooh, okay.
I'm trying to think, what other desserts do people be bringing to these types of things?
Here's the thing though, people be trying to overthink it, especially when you have like a get together, barbecue, whatever.
Brownies, cookies.
Yeah.
Easy finger foods.
Easy.
Yeah.
Easy. People be trying to do too much. Like you trying to bring your mama's, recipe
banana pudding?
from 3 generations ago. No. Okay. From 972, you're the real MVP if you actually help pick up.
Okay. I like what we're talking about here.
That's an elite text. If you're the person that is willing to stick around and help clean up afterwards, yeah, you're a real MVP for that. Good call there. 972. I feel like they're trying to send a message to whomever.
You said they sent shade through the radio?
Yeah, exactly. They sent shade through the text line. But Justin, I'm surprised. So have you engaged in this where you felt like you had to bring your level of expertise to the situation given where you were going at that particular time, or?
Yeah, I know the traditional thing is you let the person, whoever's hosting, work the grill.
Right.
But when me and my friends have a little get together, all of us have a little bit of our own flair. So one of my friends, he does fajitas. Another one of my friends does ribs. I do chicken. So it's kind of one of those, okay, your form of payment is you bring that said meat. That way we don't have to split up the bill.
You see why I didn't want to say it like that?
Okay.
I just wanted to make that note.
Relax.
You see why I dance around it though, right? Okay. Somebody said tables and chairs, which you know what? If that had not been accommodated for ahead of time, tables and chairs is elite. Cause like
that is true.
Think about it when you don't have tables and chairs at the cookout.
Worst inconvenience ever. Because now you're looking around.
No,
like,
you know what it is? Good plates. Caveat on good. Cause you know what feels terrible? Trying to eat food off of a napkin because didn't nobody bring the good plates, or trying to have like a hearty meal.
Okay, so now
on the plate that's like falling apart.
You done brought it to the table.
Uh-oh.
What's the plate to go to? What's the plate of choice that you gonna bring?
I mean, they don't pay me to say the brand, but
I mean,
you know what time it is. Give me like that strong Dixie plate.
Oh, you went with Dixie.
Yeah.
Who would you go with, Justin?
What, the Chinette? Is that what you're looking for?
That's it.
I mean, the Chinette is solid.
That's right.
Don't get me wrong.
Chinette every time.
Okay.
I'm gonna go the cheap paper.
See.
Styrofoam.
No wonder you bringing the chicken because.
Wow.
No wonder. Wow.
You know what? This is not a bad way to go. It's not the best way to go, but bring cash. Putting something on it, not a bad way to go. Just, hey, man, I appreciate y'all grilling up. I appreciate y'all bringing the food or paying for the food. Here's a little something for it. That's, you know what? I like that.
Apparently we were ratting out the, who was this? The 972, who we said that, you're the real MVP if you help pick up. Apparently that same person came back. Y'all, low-key was shade, ratting me out.
Oh, well.
Well, I mean, you putting your business out there on the text line. We're going to read it.
What you want me to do? I feel like
I hope the message got to the person you intended that for.
But the beauty of that is, you know what I mean? Like, hey, that's something that you can get better at, right?
That's true.
That's something we can improve.
We can improve on that.
Like, just next time, let's see pick up a little something. You know what I mean? Bring some trash bags. You know.
For they was if you got them Walmart plates, you got to double up on your plates 2 at a time. That's for damn sure.
What do you mean 2? Give me 4 because I also need one on top for my to-go plate. You know what I'm saying? I need the 2 on top, the 2 on the bottom, and give me a little foil maybe.
All right, so come up on the other side of the break. We're going to explore this a little further. Okay, we're going to pick who's going to win between the Celtics and the Heat. But are you a foil person or are you a plate on top of plate person?
The answer is yes.
Okay. We'll do that next on the Get Right.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around the league. It's DFW's top football podcast for a reason. Love of the Star with Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell. Sponsored by Boomer Jacks on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Hi, it's Gavin Dawson, and I've got amazing news from Window Nation. You can modernize and reinvest in your home today with new windows from Window Nation, and it's their best deal. 0% interest for 5 full years. On top of that, you'll get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. It's a double deal. You'll get all the advantages of more comfort, lower energy bills, higher home value, and jealous neighbors, all with the impeccable construction and expert installation Window Nation is known for. They've placed nearly 2 million windows with 96% perfection, making them one of the top window companies in the country. If your home is over 15 to 20 years old, this is one of the smartest investments you can make. And Window Nation is making it insanely easy and economical to do it. Call today, 866-90NATION, or visit windownation.com. Lock in these incredible savings. 0% interest for 5 years. That's 60 months interest-free, plus 2 windows free with every 2 you purchase. Call 866-90NATION or go to windownation.com. That's 866-90NATION or online at windownation.com and tell them Gavin Dawson sent you.
Baby Doll Saloon Dallas is the ultimate after-work happy hour spot.
A true home away from home.
Daily buffet Monday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Plus our stadium buffet Monday through Friday from 4 to 10 p.m. Saturday 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. and Sunday from noon to 10 p.m. Baby Dolls is yours.
game and stresses Miami's defense more because they can get into more of these, maybe not 5-out situations, but where they spread the floor well and the ball can, kind of bounce around and find lanes and find opportunities to get to the rim when they do want to get there. On top of that, it seems like they've locked in better on defense. Maybe not even still for the entirety of the full game, but for longer stretches of this. And maybe most importantly is honestly on the other side. The Miami Heat have been taxing their guys for so long because of the injuries that they had, and they also weren't like a wildly deep team to begin with.
Right.
Especially when we talk about offensive point scoring. And so Jimmy Butler's had to carry a lot of the load. And one thing, I don't know if you noticed this while watching the game, Game 6, Jimmy Butler doesn't seem to have any left in his legs. He didn't have a lot of lift.
He found whatever he found in that last, 3 minutes of the game?
And it seemed like he just summoned so much, like everything that he needed within him just to get themselves to that place. And you
still had it within seconds of winning that game.
And so I'm not saying that they don't have any chance whatsoever. But if I had to, make an educated guess, I go towards the team that's better and looking at the team that probably has more legs, more energy to be able to do something, considering how much the Heat have had to, deal with and overcome throughout the course of this thing.
Momentum on its concept is patently ridiculous.
Thank you.
But at the same...
There's the but. All right. Okay.
Well, what do you call this?
For what? The C's?
Like, this is... We clearly have never seen this before. And what they have a chance to complete tonight is something that is literally historic. And I don't know how the Celtics have gotten themselves into this place, because you can do all the analysis that you want of it. Obviously, the way the Celtics have played, they're shooting better from three, they're defending better, they're switching everything. Miami's gotten cold from three, they look tired. But still, to get 3 games before the Heat could get 1, and 2 of those games being in South Florida, is just mind-boggling to me that we're even at this point. I said after they found a way to steal Game 6, Boston's winning by 40 tonight. I don't see how they lose Game 7. I really don't. So yeah, I'm gonna pick the Boston Celtics. Whatever lack of energy they may have from a physical standpoint, I think this crowd is going to be absolutely bonkers tonight at TD Garden, and I think that's going to be a huge help for them. How quickly the Boston Celtics start tonight, I think, is going to give us a lot of indication on what this game could look like. Because if Boston starts out quick...
Are you sure? Because I think Boston has a penchant for letting off the gas at times.
Well, and
I do wonder if that actually kind of works in a contrary way, where they kind of they ease up. And then all of a sudden you see the Miami Heat go into Miami Heat mode where they walk them down.
Well, Boston should not let this thing get close. Being in the fourth quarter.
They are also the Boston Celtics, and they've done this so many times.
Which is why I think they got to start off hot and start off quick.
Okay.
Because you don't want to have this thing tight within the last 5 minutes of the game, giving Miami a chance to feel like they can do something that they've already done twice in your building, which is win. Because Miami should be confident in their ability to win in TD Garden because they've already done it. So
I don't know that I see the Miami Heat as a team that gets discouraged. That's kind of the beauty of the Miami Heat, at least in my eyes, and the idea of the Heat culture is that they're just going to play hard. That's the one thing you can expect of the Miami Heat whenever they're playing. They're going to play hard. I simply don't think that they have enough when we talk about talent-wise or gas left in the tank. But we will see. And one of the things that we've talked about off air is just the talent, or talent maybe isn't the right word because it feels weird to use there, but like the quality of head coach that Eric Spoelstra is as well. I want to see what the last trick in the bag is for that team. What do they throw out there when they're like, yo, this we got to just put it on the line here.
Damn it! The Vegas Golden Knights score again. They are up 2-0 at the 9:35 mark of the first period as the Stars down 2-0 already. This time the goal on the power play.
Yeah, and the power play happens because Essa Lindell has a delay for basically saving a goal with, the puck is flying towards what seems like an empty net, and he just kind of knocks the puck up, sends it up over the glass, and gets a penalty for that. It's last-ditch defending. It's what you have to do there, but then the power play, unfortunately, the special teams hurts the Stars here as they're unable to kill the penalty, and that really stinks because going down 2-0, it's a tough place to be when you're already on the brink,
Just barely halfway past the first period.
A lot of hockey to play. I'm bouncing back. You feel the energy? We're bouncing back. Positivity, a lot of hockey to play. Still a good Stars team.
William Karlsson's 9th goal of these playoffs, which is a franchise record for the Vegas Golden Knights, gets them up 2-0 with 9:31 left in the first period. Speaking of coaches, we were talking about with Eric Spoelstra and the Miami Heat, how Heat culture is, unrelenting. The Philadelphia 76ers, Justin, have a new head coach in the form of Nick Nurse. Listen to this report from AJ Wojnarowski, though, on how Nick Nurse decided to choose the Philadelphia 76ers as their new coach.
This is just in. I'm told Nick Nurse has agreed to a deal to become the next head coach of the Philadelphia 76ers. Both the Phoenix Suns and Sixers were engaged with Nurse's agent, Andy Miller, of Clutch Sports today. But ultimately, Nick Nurse goes to Philadelphia. Number one, the chance to coach the MVP, Joel Embiid, and Sixers president GM Daryl Morey. He worked with Nick Nurse in Houston. They have familiarity, history, certainly a lot of history between Nurse and the Sixers during his 5-year run in Toronto, including that 2019 playoff series that on Nurse's way to winning that championship with the Raptors. But for the Sixers, really a significant hiring. Nick Nurse was highly in demand in this marketplace, and now they land Nick Nurse they're working out details of the deal, both Andy Miller and Clutch and the Sixers right now, but he's committed to the Sixers, and now Phoenix's search continues on, but I think for the Sixers to replace Doc Rivers, championship coach in his own right, they're going to hire now another championship coach, Nick Nurse.
Okay. The part that I find fascinating in this discussion is the fact that Nick Nurse, who, yes, does have previous history with Daryl Morey, having worked with him when he was with the Houston Rockets organization. He was a coach in their G League, for their G League team.
Won a championship with the G League team. Sure.
Back in 2011, 2012.
For whatever the G League championship is to you. Yeah.
Well, clearly it made an impression for Daryl Morey after all these years in terms of working with him. But the idea that Nick Nurse looked at his two situations and options and said, yeah, I'll choose Joel Embiid and Daryl Morey without the guarantee of James Harden or Tobias Harris coming back.
Mm-hmm.
I'll choose that situation over Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. Devin Booker, who is currently in his prime right now, and Kevin Durant is still a fantastic basketball player at this point in his career, that Nick Nurse is like, actually, no, I'll choose Philadelphia.
I also find that interesting, and it makes me wonder what he felt about the organizational structure, because that's been kind of an oddity that we've noticed early on in the tenure of Matt Ishbia as governor for that team. He bought the ownership stake, right? And he instantly, it seems like, at least according to reporting, that he instantly kind of took over all the decision making, not even simply from an ownership perspective, but also like as a basketball mind. Like it seems like James Jones, who was, their general manager, who is their general manager, has basically, he's like, hey man, James, you ain't got to do much. I got it.
Apparently he's turned into a figurehead there now.
And I mean, that's one of the reasons why Monty Williams is no longer the head coach there. And so, I wonder if Nick Nurse looks at that and goes, is that a place that I want to work in? And like, obviously he started going through some of the process of interviewing there. I wonder if through the interviews and, he felt like it was not a good match organizationally. Because you got to remember, he also has come from organizations where, one, he's dealt with Daryl Morey before, and two, he was working with one of the most heralded basketball executives in Masai Ujiri in Toronto. Like, I imagine that he understands or appreciates the level that a basketball executive brings to your basketball team. And I wonder if he looks up and he's like, yeah, I'm not sure about that. All of that hypothetical. Like we have heard nothing to that effect, but I do wonder if that plays in.
Well, you know what's live still, don't you? The idea that Doc Rivers, the next head coach,
Phoenix Suns head coach
of the Phoenix Suns.
Hey man, Tom Izzo said he's not gonna be coaching at Michigan State too long, right? Like, aren't we near the Tom Izzo done at Michigan State?
We are?
Or am I bugging? Am I mixing him up with Mark D'Antonio? Yeah.
I'm about to say, oh boy, what?
And you know what some of this is probably? All that generation of college basketball coach has kind of been retiring. We got the Boeheim retirement, obviously Coach K retired, Roy Williams, I almost called him Roy Smith. Combine him with Dean Smith, but Roy Williams retires a few years ago. Like, it feels like that age, that class of coaches retiring, and I'm just like, yeah, Izzo got to be next soon, and apparently no, he does not. So that's on me.
It's the final call next on the Get Right.
Are you looking for land in the Texas Hill Country? A place where you can stretch your arms and breathe? You're invited to the ranches at Rifle Ridge Land Sale, located just
is getting ugly already at the AAC, as the Vegas Golden Knights have scored 3 goals already in the first period. The latest coming from Keegan Kolesar. His goal 14 minutes into the first period has the Vegas Golden Knights up 3-0 right now with 2:05 left in the first period, where the Stars have not had a shot on goal in the last 8 minutes. At one point, the Vegas Golden Knights have spent 5 minutes in their offensive zone alone.
Compared to under a minute?
For the Stars, or a little over a minute for the Stars.
Yeah.
It's been pure and utter domination so far for the Vegas Golden Knights.
And until the last line change, it really did feel like Vegas was just so much cleaner with everything. And compared to Dallas just feeling, I don't even know what the right word is, but it just didn't feel clean. And at least they got into the offensive zone. They actually had a little bit of time, moved the puck around, got a couple of shots off. But we were saying it feels like they need to score a goal before the intermission just to have this be within reach. And then also I imagine to have some belief that, oh no, you could see the puck hit the net. You can see that there's the possibility there. But really frustrating start for this one at the AAC.
Developing story in the Celtics and Heat game. Jason Tatum, on the very first play of the game, turned what looks to be his left ankle. But he is staying in the game.
They're going to make this wildly interesting in a way that it probably shouldn't be, huh?
Yeah, it was his left ankle. So he went up for a shot on Gabe Vincent, and he came down on his left ankle and twisted it. But he is staying in the game. So
throughout the course of this series, has it just felt like, oh man, the Nuggets are going to crush whoever comes out of this?
No.
No? Okay.
No. Now, if the Heat come out of this series as the Eastern Conference champion, Nuggets going to boat race them in the NBA Finals.
I agree.
I do tend to think that the Celtics would put up more of a competitive series against the Nuggets, personally. But that remains to be seen. As the Boston Celtics are trying to make history tonight, becoming the first team in NBA history to come back from 3 games to none to win the best of 7 series. But Jason Tatum turning his left ankle early on remains in the game for Boston, at least for the time being. Again, if you're just joining us, Stars down 3-0 to the Vegas Golden Knights with 1:40 left in the first period, as the Knights have come out fast and furious, Vin Diesel, to start off with early on in this game. Shout out to Nevada lawmakers, speaking of Vegas.
What?
Nevada lawmakers are now reviewing the Oakland A's ballpark funding bill.
Okay, yes, the one that was tentatively agreed to?
Yep.
Okay.
So the team's planned timeline this year would have legislation approved and the MLB approve its relocation. Construction would begin in 2024 and last until 2028. And then the spring of 2028 would be opening day in Vegas.
Okay. So they would have 5 seasons to not be terrible? That seems reasonable, right?
You think they're going to be any level of good between now and then?
Would not assume.
Wouldn't think so either.
Hey, more power to you, man.
By the way, the Oakland Athletics this year are averaging 8,886 fans per game.
That's awesome. Did you see that what the Houston Astros tweeted? They beat the Oakland A's last night, and in one of their tweets, social media team, they were like, let me see if I can find it one more time. I believe it was like tens of runs in front of tens of fans.
Damn.
Something like that, because it was a 21-6 dismantling in that game.
Oh, okay.
And I do believe the tweets read tens of runs in front of tens of fans.
That's cold-blooded. By the way,
10 runs when it got to 10. 10 to 1. Yeah. And that tweet, as I'm sure you imagine, got deleted.
Of course it did. Because they wanted to keep their job, whomever that was.
But not before a whole bunch of people grabbed a hold of it and enjoyed the idea. Because it seems like people are just cool with like laughing at the A's.
Boy, screenshots are, oh boy. By the way, Malcolm Brogdon also playing in this game for the Boston Celtics. He had been dealing with an injury, but he is playing in this game for the Celtics. Shout out to the end of lacrosse season in the NCAA and the Notre Dame Fighting Irish getting it done today.
The Fighting Irish play like a champion today. Notre Dame with its first title in men's lacrosse.
Notre Dame takes out Duke 13-9 today.
Those sound like some lacrosse schools.
Kevin Corrigan, who has been Notre Dame's lacrosse coach for the last 35 years, wins his first ever national championship today. The saying is that good things come to those who wait. My goodness. 35 years of waiting.
And then you retire, right?
I'd done. Hand me that trophy. I'm walking off into the sunset. I did it. But yeah, they won the national championship, their first ever national championship for the program.
Talk about job security. 35 years.
So what now?
35 years. I feel
Man,
like really
listen.
solid.
35 years. Yeah, that's a thing. Shout out to the YouTuber who loves our WNBA show. Opening weekend attendance for the WNBA saw a 24% jump from last season. Both the Las Vegas Aces and New York Liberty have seen ticket sales surge. By the way, while we're on that, just real quick.
Go ahead.
Who in the world is going to stop the Las Vegas Aces?
The Connecticut Sun are nice, and then the Liberty, they're early on in this. You want to see if they can develop. But yeah, I get your sentiment. They're really good. They're really good at basketball.
They are going to run roughshod over the W this year.
But go to back to the idea of like the uptick in fan attendance to start. This is why like people have been talking about investing in women's sports. Like there's just so much more room for growth. And we've seen that with that investment, the growth is there. This men's sports that we've been watching and paying attention to and enjoying for so long, there's been so much time for development. So like the idea of the growth potential, even though these sports are still growing, it's not as large as these women's sports that have just not been invested in. So finally they're an investment and you're seeing some of that growth there. So it's why you're seeing a lot of, people buying into ownership groups of these teams and buying into any of these teams really, because the valuations are just going up and up. Even on, we're talking about these men teams, we're keeping up with that. Also with these women's teams, there's a lot of room for investment and for growth. So it makes sense. It just kind of makes sense, at least to me.
From the 817, why did it sound like that lacrosse game was in front of a larger crowd than the A's play in front of?
Probably was.
Because it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey man, early on in this, Miami looks like they came out with some gusto.
It's gonna be hilarious if they win this game tonight.
Oh, I'm ready for. I'm so prepared to laugh.
Speaking of laughing, Antonio Brown joined the National Arena League's Albany Empire earlier this week.
Okay.
4,500 fans bought tickets for Brown's first game, 2,000 more than usual. Except,
did he not play?
He didn't play, despite the front page of the team's website.
Oh, so they lied.
Well, reportedly he was going to play.
Oh no!
And
oh no! Do we know, or is it just open to interpretation?
It's
okay.
Definitely open to interpretation.
Because I was like, if we know that he did some, what I guess we could now term some AB stuff. That's so tough. Like first game. Well,
what a disaster, man.
It's worth taking the shot though. If you're that arena league where you're just like, we got to try and see if we can get the buzz of it. Just,
train wreck.
He's not dependable.
Not at all.
He's liable to do any old thing. Remember how he had his member out in Dubai? And he's just you can't really bet on that except when you're at a certain place. You need some press.
Desperation.
Yeah. I hate it for those people that bought the tickets. Although this kind of goes to the you kind of know what you're dealing with here.
I wouldn't trust anything that had Antonio Brown's name on it.
It's like the people that anticipate the Lauryn Hill show to start on time.
Why would you do that?
Exactly.
Respectfully.
She's got a track record. As does Antonio Brown.
And according to Justin, so does Michael B. Jordan.
Wow, yeah, that's true. You did slander Michael B. Jordan. That's
all
crazy.
The slander.
It's out of love.
Is it?
Wow.
Was
it didn't sound like love.
Was it?
It didn't sound like
could have
love.
been a lot worse.
Wow.
I don't got anything bad. I don't got anything. I don't have any ill will towards Michael B. Jordan.
Didn't sound like it earlier.
Yeah. On Memorial Day, no less.
Mm.
I'm glad you were hanging out with us. I'm glad you're hanging out with us, but you went a little hard on Michael B. Jordan. I'm not gonna lie.
That man been through a lot the last year. Okay.
Are you talking about him and his breakup?
Of course.
Okay, it's time.
By the way, it might be.
It's time.
It might be a wrap for Damson Idris too. By the way.
All right. KG gets in his TMZ bag. It's time to go.
Appreciate the hard work of my man Justin Honore on this Memorial Day. For my partner Reginald Atatula, my name is Kevin Gray. This has been the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105 through the Fan. Again, happy and safe Memorial Day. We appreciate and honor those who gave the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty for our country. Y'all be good and take care of each other. We'll talk to you later.
Be easy, y'all.
Hey, thanks to Rockwell Ford. It's 35 minutes of commercial-free Fan and the Expressway. Sean and RJ mornings at 7:20. KNC middays at 12:20. And afternoons with G-Bag at 5:20. Right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish.